on the attack after Hamas accepted a ceasefire proposal brokered by Egypt and Qatar, but Israel says it fell short of its core demands as it goes after militants in Hamas's last stronghold.
The IDF insists this is a limited operation within specific areas in eastern Rafah. Tanks rolling in. The IDF says they killed 20 Hamas militants and found 3 tunnels. Their operation isn't over, and there is no word on how long it'll take. There are also reports that the Rafah border crossing is currently closed for humanitarian aid. Remember, this is an entry point for aid trucks coming in from Egypt. This comes after the Israeli military called on tens of thousands of Palestinians to evacuate the city and head for humanitarian zones along the Mediterranean coast.
Fox's Madeline Rivera in New York City. About 24 of those anti-Israel protesters were arrested, while in Massachusetts, some MIT students took down barriers to go back into their encampment. There's tornado damage in northeast Oklahoma, at least 1 death reported in all that. Now to Moscow. A ceremony for Russian President Vladimir Putin, walking on a red carpet on Inauguration Day for a new 6-year term in office as he keeps waging war in Ukraine. Now, hours after we learned another American is detained in Russia. A U.S. soldier, Army Staff Sergeant Gordon Black, was detained accused of stealing from a woman he was visiting. Black joins other Americans behind bars in Russia, and journalist Evan Gershkovich among them. Boeing's test launch of its new space capsule didn't get off the ground last night.
Engineering team has evaluated the vehicle is not in a configuration where we can proceed with flight today.
United Launch Alliance says there was an issue with a valve on the rocket. They may try again Friday night. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Progressive presents 10 things on a food truck owner's to-do list that are harder than getting a commercial auto insurance quote. Stocking the fridge, prepping the stations, finding employees that get along well, finding employees that actually do their job. Looking at you, Gary. Balancing the books, balancing the flavors, having a fresh menu and fresh produce and fresh meat, but never a fresh mouth. But the easiest thing on a small business owner's to-do list? Seeing if you can save on commercial auto insurance. Get a quote in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions.
The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los. Thank you for being up early with us. 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across social media platforms. Lots of ways to communicate, lots of ways to engage with conservative thought and ideas. It's Tuesday. I love Tuesday. It's my favorite day of the week.
That's a lie.
That's right. You know what, though? It has. Since Los has been after me to be more positive about Tuesdays, I have been, and I've come around. I'm not going to call it the armpit of the week anymore.
Okay.
Not going to.
I think that's fair. I don't know. It is still the armpit of the week, Tug. You can't get away from it.
Yeah.
Line out a nice dinner and have some good plans for the evening, and so you'll look forward to all of Tuesday.
You know what? I talked to Neil Mords on Tuesday.
Oh, yeah.
That's something good.
What a bonus.
That's a bonus right there.
That's the best part of Tuesday.
That's exactly right. That's something to look forward to. Those right there.
I would always look forward to Neil, and then after that, I would try and plan something like, for instance, go to the Braves game.
Yeah,
you know,
man.
they're going to play the Red Sox, do something like that.
Yeah, man.
Are you going to do it? You're wearing that little Braves pullover. I figured maybe, no.
Not today, no. I think today is a nap day.
Today's.
I mean, we're at 6:04 as the beginning of the show, but nap
Didn't
is.
look forward to the nap.
Fantastic.
I am
What a
looking forward to
Tuesday.
a nap. Yes, I am a napper to begin with. Always have my whole life, and today's nap is going to be glorious.
Dynamite.
Yes.
Dynamite.
Dynamite.
I went out and played golf yesterday with some of the great Marines and really all the armed services. But the Marines put on this great event yesterday at Cobblestone Golf, and I was out there and I was like, I don't know, man. I could be napping. Like,
There's that little bit of me like, I love it. I love playing golf. I love you guys.
I do.
There's a nap.
I could have been napping.
Calling my name.
You know, it was pretty wet out the day before, and so they had it cart path only. So that really reinforced my idea of probably a really good idea to get home and go nap. So.
Well, today's
a nice nap day.
Everybody is going to get a good nap in today. Los, can you commit to that?
No, I can't because I'll be doing afternoon drive today. So
that's right.
We're gonna knock out this show. You know, I'm back over at the home studio, and then it's gonna be about getting a couple things done around the house, then drive back up to the radio station and knock out some sports before the Braves and Red Sox get some things going today.
Well, then there you go.
What's the big thing in sports today that you're gonna rail on?
Oh man, I was like, where do I
begin?
So, I recognize this. Here's the issue that's going on. This entire city has decided to basically take and say, I like Michael Penix, but I don't like how they acquired him. And I come back and say, it doesn't matter how you acquire your franchise quarterback. It doesn't matter what you give up. It doesn't matter when you do it. If you believe that's what he is and that's what he becomes, it's worth it. And so I just don't like the fact that everyone is such a mealy-mouthed loser on this stuff, including my friend Matt Chernoff. So, I mean, I'm going to basically spend the time jumping on his show and calling him a mealy-mouthed loser.
So with Michael, like, I get it. Like, I don't want Michael Penix. Like, I saw what Tug saw when it came to playing in the championship games. He didn't show out the way he did, but this kid's talented and he's going to develop, and if he develops under a good quarterback, you don't want him playing for a team like Tampa or New Orleans and then just beating you every single week sometime down the road. I kind of like it now. At first I was like, why did we do this? But at the same time I'm like, hold on, Kirk Cousins, he's already got a problem with his Achilles. He's getting older. He is a good quarterback when it comes to some big plays. Maybe Michael Penix Jr. will learn from him. We might have another Vic situation here in Atlanta and excitement here in Atlanta maybe 2-3 years down the road.
Well, here's the simplest way that I can try and make this make sense to the audience. Let's say, for instance, that all of our show ends up in some weird contract dispute down the road.
Right.
And what ends up happening is David Dickey ends up deciding, you know what, I'm just going to go a little bit of a different direction, and I'm going to go with a group that's not anywhere near as talented or experienced, and here's what I'm going to pay them, and I'm going to save a little bit of money. Mm-hmm. That is when the audience goes, the hell, David? Like, why would you do this? Because the going rate for quarterback play in the NFL is going to get about $60 million per year. And you have, as of now, you have Kirk Cousins basically at 45. So when everyone says, like, they spent $100 million, dude, if you want veteran quarterback play that doesn't look like a guy who's being chased by bees with his hair on fire, which we've seen the last 2 years, that's the going rate for quarterback play. So don't tell me about you spent $100 million on Kirk Cousins. You spent $100 million so you can look solid. Not great, just solid. And then you drafted what you hope will be great down the road. This is the sort of stuff that we'll be into later in the afternoon.
The opposing side of the argument is they got nobody to protect those players, though, right? You got this $100 million quarterback, and you got nobody to.
No. It's not that they don't have anybody to protect. They've spent on the offensive line. They got a defense that I don't know if they're going to be able to hold things in place.
Okay, so
that's going to be the issue.
Yeah, so they got problems. This is not going to solve the Falcons' problem. They're not going to magically be the Falcons of 2017.
But what was the primary problem in the last 2 years? You didn't have a quarterback.
Right.
Now you've got two.
Now you got two.
All right. You got one that can move. You got one that can move.
Let's see if they can do something with it.
And David Dickey, what are you thinking?
That's right. Cutting costs. That's a terrible plan.
I'm just telling you, if we went through another season, and let's say they didn't draft Penix at 8, they ended up taking somebody as they took an edge player to rush the quarterback, and you didn't spend $100 million on Kirk Cousins. You went and got like Jacoby Brissett for $6 million. Would you not be going, wow, how cheap is this team right now?
Yeah, that's true.
I just I don't expect that I'm going to see any of these players play, so I'm just gonna like bank on I'm gonna jump on the coattails of front office Los and be the opposition. So
I got a handful of things that I'm going to be cooking with later today.
I'm excited. You gonna yell about the Braves?
But honestly, I'm more into like what we're going to get into over the next 4 hours.
Yeah, no
that's
kidding.
the one hot point. The rest of my stuff is like, hey, Braves fans, why don't you take it easy?
Calm the F down.
Calm down. It's over. The whole season's over. It's all ball, and no one can hit, no one can field, no one can pitch.
The worst of the worst.
Philadelphia's killing us.
And you want to talk about like being emotional about sports? Poor Joe Virgin River. Like the man is back into something.
Pacers.
And the Pacers fell apart yesterday. And here's poor Joe. I barely even said anything. I was like, hey, Joe, how you doing today? He goes, I'm good. No, I'm not good. I'm miserable. Like, the only thing he doesn't right now have is, like, a fifth of whiskey next to him and, like, a handgun with a single bullet in it.
Well,
okay? Like, that's the only thing he's missing.
I gave him the handgun.
I was going to say, the whiskey's in the bag. I know that for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know about
the whiskey's
handgun.
back there.
I haven't been that fired up about sports in
a day or two.
In a minute. I went to bed mad and I woke up mad.
Sweet. You know what? As much as I love the Braves, as much as I love the Bulldogs, I just don't get mad like that anymore. I just, it sucks. I'm saying it doesn't suck if Georgia loses or something. It sucks. But
to my defense, the Pacers haven't been in the second round of the playoffs since I was like 13, 14.
Okay, well, celebrate that.
Yeah.
I am. But now I want
This is
more.
the key. This is the key to all of it. The reason why you don't get upset anymore like that, Tug, is because you've got 2 championships from Georgia in the last 3 years, and you had a Braves from 2021. I think about, like, even Rhino. Yeah. Rhino got to see what he got to see with Florida. Rhino still talks about the 94 Rangers. He at least has that to kind of, give him a little bit of a buffer. If he didn't have 94 Rangers, oh, my God. He would be so upset about every playoff loss for them.
Yeah, right. And right now we're rolling right now. We got, 5 straight wins, undefeated in the playoffs. But if they lose... In the old days, man, I might have lost my mind. Now I'm gonna be like, look, it's one game. I got this. It's okay.
Yeah,
and if they don't make it and they don't win the Stanley Cup, that's okay now. It's okay. I've got one.
It's not Stanley Cup or die.
Right.
Yeah. It can't be. I mean,
it was when they had one for 50 years.
Let me tell you. When in '94, I mean, any little misstep, and the Devils series was the one that really got me in that year. Oh my gosh!
But wait, though,
losing my mind.
Maturity is kicked in as well.
Well, that's true. Well, I don't know. Some people would say differently.
I mean, you can't help but mature, even if it's not all the way.
That's true. There's a little bit there.
Because that's what happened with me when my wife was like, "You're angry. Your weekend is ruined because of 18-year-old kids. You're going to let 18-year-old kids ruin your weekend?" And at the time, I was like, "Yes, I absolutely am.
I'm kicking this dog.
This dog is going to get kicked."
But when you lose to someone like you're not supposed to, like if you lost to like App State. Well, although App State's like one of those big
they're
killers.
The beast killer, yeah.
But if you lost to like, I don't know, a really bad team like Tech.
Yeah, it'd be tough.
That's upsetting.
It's happened.
I'll tell you this, and I would consider my wife to be somebody who's pretty mature about things, especially sports. She's never thrown a pillow at the TV like I have, 20 years ago. So we are in Port St. Joe, Florida. It's Georgia playing Tennessee. It's like our fall break. This is going back to Kirby Smart's first year. And this was the crazy play where Georgia hits the Hail Mary and Tennessee comes back and throws their own.
Oh, yeah. Okay? That was at home.
Yeah. That was at home. Oof. That woman looks at her, and she's got a Georgia sweatshirt on. She goes, I'm not putting up with this S today. She pulls it off. She throws it on the couch. She goes and puts on a different sweatshirt. And I kind of look at her like, why'd you do that? And she's like, we're going to downtown. I don't want anybody asking me about that game.
That's great.
I mean, so even at that point, she could still be affected by it. But now she has 2 titles, and now everything's fine to her.
When a woman gets upset about sports, that's like one of the scariest moments in the world. Like, you don't normally see a woman lose like some kind of emotion over a sport like that. When they do, you're like, yo, don't go near her.
And it's kind of hot, too.
Yeah, it's kind of hot. Look, when Erin will lose her mind, like, I won't watch a Green Bay game, I don't know. I like in public with her anymore. Like, we got to watch that in private because it's scary to me. But it is kind of hot.
She's tearing down the house.
Oh, man. She will yell at TVs, and you'll be like, hey.
Easy, girl. Goodness gracious.
Okay.
Don't tear the TV off the wall and
Green
step
Bay,
on it.
Suck.
Yeah, right. Who cares about the Packers? Good
I hope
Lord.
she's still sleeping. I might.
I know, right? You might not be able to go home after that. So who cares about the Packers? But, so I do think, Los, you do have at least a pretty good point with the whole your mindset changes after a couple national championships and a World Series. I mean, you're in a pretty good place.
You're not beaten down like Joe, man. Joe's been to some. Yeah, he doesn't got an NBA title.
Yeah.
Poor Joe.
I put up with it.
I got 5 of them.
I was so happy for like the past 10 years, just like, we're in our rebuild. We're gonna, progress, keep getting better. And I've had the slings and arrows, and now we're there. And now I'm like, I need it. I want it. I want a championship.
Put it this way. Joe, the last time that they were in this part of the playoffs was the last time my team won a championship. So you realize the difference there of going, yeah man, that was pretty cool. That Spurs team wasn't supposed to win a championship. Joe's like, I made the second round of the playoffs.
Woo-hoo! That's amazing.
Eastern Conference Finals against Miami Heat.
Let's go.
Joe, you could be a Hawks fan and then go an entire year from day one. I mean, it's game one, and they go out with, we are the playoff-bound Atlanta Hawks. So the whole season, you're like, yeah, this is the team playoff-bound. They start, they gave us bandanas. They gave us jerseys, playoff-bound T-shirts. And they didn't even come close to the playoffs. Oh, God, that was a bad idea.
Although Lowe's got a Rookie of the Year, 6th unanimous Rookie of the Year, in your boy Wembanyama.
Wembanyama ends up going with his 21-10, 3-3 season. That no one's done that since Shaquille O'Neal did that back in his MVP season. So I feel pretty good about that 19-year-old. I feel like the window is open again for quite a while as they surround him with talent. So, as much as I hope Joe gets it done, he doesn't have a Wemby. So, good luck to you over the next decade.
Yeah, that's a good player to have.
Good luck to you.
Or you could just you could end up in jail. I mean, it seems like Donald Trump is likely to end up there, and it may be another mugshot moment.
Look, we've talked about it. We continue to do it, and we keep saying all he wants to do is go to prison at this point because he knows that this entire trial, and yesterday it continued to fall apart when people are saying, hold on, he never really even talked to Michael Cohen about this. This was all Michael Cohen. These people are coming out, and there is no crime here. They all think it's ridiculous, and Trump does not care. He paid another fine. Okay, no big deal. I'm going to continue to talk to the press, and he continues to do it. Yesterday, he comes out, and he kind of confirmed what we've been saying. He wants to go to prison. And I thought this was one of the most brilliant statements.
Because this judge has given me a gag order and said you'll go to jail if you violate it. And frankly, you know what? Our Constitution is much more important than jail. It's not even close. I'll do that sacrifice any day. But what's happening here is a disgrace, and the appellate courts ought to get involved.
He's turned himself into a martyr.
That was it right there. That comment alone, the weaponization of the government against him, and he said, I will make the sacrifice that you are going to have to face, but I will fight for the Constitution day after day. It's the exact statement I would have wanted to hear.
It's idealistic, and it's something that we have, for lack of a better term, we've prophesized. We talked about on this show once he got up in front of everyone. And you then have Judge Merchan basically throw the gag order on and say your First Amendment, apparently those rights end when you enter or get near my courtroom. There's nowhere in the Constitution where that's the case. It's not like this is hate speech. It's not like this is a point where he's threatening violence or anything along those lines where you could possibly make a case for it. So the fact that if you think you're under, indictment and then you are being tried on a bogus case, you can say that all day long in this country. And so that's what he's doing. He's basically paying $1,000 so that he can do this on a regular basis, and he's just daring you, please, Nelson Mandela me. Put me in prison.
That's a great comparison. Nelson Mandela me. That's exactly right. Be that martyr. Be that person that is willing to sacrifice whatever it takes to prove the point that this is corrupt, and in America you are able to speak your mind. Your First Amendment is important. The Constitution is important, and this does nothing more, Rhino, than embolden the folks who believe in Trump and the folks who are going to vote for Trump. And I can't help but think there will be people that are like, damn,
yeah,
I mean, this dude actually cares about what he's doing. He's willing to sacrifice himself. He's willing to go to jail.
You're never going to get the crazy, deranged
for
people.
Sure.
They're gone.
But
the independents, and he's speaking in front of the libertarian candidates, that's a big boost for him. And when you have this situation where you have a man that says he's willing to go to jail for the Constitution, it becomes Constitution versus communism. And that's the way it looks. Here's a man who's being gagged because they don't want him talking because they're afraid he'll influence a jury. The jury's already set, which they're not supposed to be watching news anyway, so I don't know how it would influence them. But that being said, even if it was that way, you're also talking about a judge who's influenced by the Biden administration, number one, by a DA whose family has ties to giving money to his political opponent. So if you want to talk about influencing anyone, the judge is the most influenced person in this, and he has a complete bias based on his own social media accounts against Donald Trump. So I see no problem with this. And you know what? Donald Trump is going to continue down that path. Obviously, yesterday, standing out in front, saying the things that he did, he has no fear whatsoever of paying $1,000 per every time he gets fined. And number two, he's like, go ahead, lock me up, because it is Constitution versus communism.
Morning Extra and Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Tuesday, May 7th. 15-year-old Mia Dieguez went into cardiac arrest and died while attending classes at Dunwoody High School yesterday. Pamela Dieguez says her sister wanted to join the military and had a great sense of humor. The school's principal, Tom Bass, sent out a letter to parents and students offering grief counseling and explained that the school was on lockdown to limit the movement within the building. An official cause of death has not yet been determined. A police officer with the Chamblee Police Department was arrested at his home yesterday on 2 counts of distributing child sexual abuse material, according to officials with the GBI. 48-year-old Roy Collar, who has been an officer with the Chamblee Police Department for 10 years and was taken into custody by Paulding Sheriff's deputies and state agents after they executed a search warrant of his home. Collar has been relieved of his duties without pay. The investigation remains active. And in sports, the Braves back in action tonight when they welcome in the Boston Red Sox for a 2-game series at Truist Park. The Braves will send Reynaldo Lopez to the mound tonight. The Braves have lost 5 of their last 6 games and now sit in second place in the NL East. First pitch scheduled for 7:20 tonight. The only place to catch all the action is our sister station, 680 The Fan.
New York versus Donald Trump continues about just a little over 3 hours from now. We'll give you the play-by-play as we continue through the morning. Next on Extra 106.3, Tug, Rhino, and Los, the mayor of Savannah, is all for rights of criminals, but not so much for those law-abiding citizens. We'll talk about that next. This is Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
If you love news and talk, you have to connect with the biggest personalities in the South at thepodcastpark.com. It's more original Atlanta content from Atlanta's hometown talk crew. From legal news to sports and politics, and even archives of interviews from years past. Find the podcast that you love and subscribe everywhere you get podcasts.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. This week's guest is Cobb DUI Court Coordinator Darcy Kamau. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
It's that time of year again when the owner of Central Heating and Air Conditioning, Chuck, brings back the 4th annual Christmas in July, benefiting Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Hey, it's Tug for Central Heating and Air Conditioning. If you want to help give back to the community, all you have to do is sign up for a maintenance agreement with Central Heating and Air Conditioning, and $10 from every new maintenance agreement will go directly to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. The more maintenance agreements you sign up for, the bigger and better we can make the 4th annual Christmas in July for Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Central services all makes and models. With Central, you're not just a number, you're a member of the family. It's been that way since 1947, and they've serviced over 100,000 customers right here in Atlanta. So call 404-770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com to sign up for a maintenance agreement and help Chuck and Central Heating and Air give back to the community. Carrier products, carrier warranty, and carrier peace of mind. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
This is Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
Tax season can be stressful, but it's also a wake-up call. It's time to think beyond April and plan for your future. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we're not just advisors, we're your partners in building a secure retirement. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we understand the challenges Georgians face. That's why we offer personalized strategies to maximize your retirement income, minimize taxes, and ensure you never outlive your assets. Join the Master Plan family and let us guide you through every financial milestone. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your appointment today. Master Plan Retirement Consultants, where your journey and destination are both important. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
I wake up every morning with the Morning Extra.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra, and Extra 106.3. Thank you for being here. Hope your Monday is getting off to a good start. 404-741-1230 is the number. Or at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms. I'm not the biggest movie guy in the world. I make that clear. I don't try to pretend I'm a big movie guy. But when I read that some people think that E.T. is a scary movie, I wonder what movie they watched. Because I don't remember E.T. being scary at all. Maybe when I was a kid, but I don't remember it being scary as a kid. And I went and saw it in the theater. But apparently that is something that people find E.T. as, they don't say a horror movie, but a scary movie. Rhino, does that make any sense whatsoever? No. That's the dumbest thing. Board Up Joe.
I think as a kid, when you had like the government people come in and they created like the tunnels and the thing to try to get them, that part was kind of scary to me as a kid.
Okay. Right. See, that kind of makes sense.
Not the actual alien. He was cute.
You do kind of fall for E.T. at a point. And when the government comes to like get him, and when they
photoshopped out the guns, remember that? What did they? I forget what they put in place of the guns. Do y'all remember?
I don't know.
Flashlights. That's right.
Might as well have been bananas,
right? But they've already changed it back.
Stupid.
Like that. Yeah. That's already been washed and gone away.
But there was a scary point because they're like, are they gonna like dissect him, rip him apart? Yeah. They're gonna kill him. So as a kid, you grab that attachment to E.T. So yeah, maybe that. Like I guess I could see where you'd kind of get scared for the life of E.T.
All right.
And the family.
Okay, well, you guys have changed my mind a little bit because when I read this, I was like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That's actually, you both make good points.
He had to run away with Elliot, like on his bike and make it fly from the bad government guys. Exactly. I'm scared of the government, so maybe I know it now.
Absolutely. Maybe that's it. Board up, Joe. What were you about to say?
I think the thing about old movies is, especially the kids' movies, they have these moments of like real danger and real like scariness.
Yeah, that's what makes it.
And now it's like, well, it's all princesses and rainbows. Like the Goonies was a kind of scary.
I didn't see Goonies until I was 35, so I didn't like it. My wife grew up loving Goonies. She couldn't believe I hadn't seen it, and so finally she convinced me to watch it when I was 35, and I was like, this is the worst movie I've ever seen in my entire life. It just didn't hold up to what my imagination might have been when I was a kid. I would have appreciated it so much more, and then it would have been nostalgia.
Yeah, because growing up, when I saw it, the thought process at that point was, well, me and my friends could go on a treasure hunt. We're going to leave the house. Our parents won't know where we're at. We're going to, when you're 35, you don't think that way anymore. You're not going on a treasure hunt. You're like,
you're going on a work hunt.
Right. I got to find a job and then I'm going to come home and take a nap. I'm not going to go look for, like One-Eyed Willie's.
Yeah.
Is that his name? I don't remember the pirate's name.
Yes,
but whoever it was. Okay, cool.
Yeah. I only saw it a few years ago, so yes, that's why I remember
good. Now you're the expert.
Yeah, well, no, I'm not sure the expert, but it's been recent since I've seen it.
I don't think it would. See, I've never watched it again because I know it won't hold up.
Yeah.
And I really had a hard time with like Indiana Jones. Like, I'm not watching it. There's no way it's going to hold up. But it did, because I did end up watching it because my son was like, I want to watch it. So I'm like, of course
Indiana
I'll watch
Jones
it with you.
Great, man.
Yeah. And that one kind of holds up. It's a lot of fun.
And it depends on how nostalgic it is for you if it holds up too, right? Because
Goonies was nostalgic, and I know it won't hold up. I know it won't. I won't even look at it.
Yeah. I understand. Like I said, I didn't see it till much later in life, so that's why it makes sense to me what you're saying. But I was so surprised when I first read that so many people think E.T. is scary. Are there other movies that like you thought were really scary that weren't, or vice versa? Because I'll tell you, I remember seeing Poltergeist as a kid, and that one didn't scare me. But there was a movie that should have that also played. It was when my parents had HBO when we were kids. I guess HBO was affordable at one point. At one point, because we had it. Maybe they gave us a trial or something. Yeah. But I remember seeing Poltergeist, and I wasn't scared of it. But there was another movie that wasn't scary at all, and I was terrified of it, but I just can't remember what it was. But Poltergeist, now, when I look back and think about what that movie was, I should have been terrified as a kid, but I just wasn't. It's just one of those movies that didn't scare me for whatever reason.
Like, I watched Hellraiser again.
Yeah.
Boy, does that not hold up.
Yeah, it's
like watching, like, you're like, oh my God, their faces are melting. You're like, no, that's a candle. They're melting. Like,
Speaking of throwbacks, I had to do a radio show, so I quit at 90,000.
Oh, did you? You already beat the top score, the high score?
It was on one man.
Okay.
I've played a lot of Galaga, okay?
Clearly.
Like 1981 Galaga.
So I turned the corner, and Los is out there because we have a new, multi-cade. It's the old cabinet, the old arcade cabinet, but it's got like, how many games on there? Like 500 or something?
Oh, there's 10 pages of games.
Yeah, so many
ridiculous.
Of the old games. And I see Los is playing Galaga, and I was like, what's the top score? I was like, and I peek over his shoulder. I was like, 86-2, 86,250. Can you beat that? And he was like, oh, yeah. And that's where he's been. That's why he walks in the studio.
I looked at it, and I was like, it's 3 after. And at the time, I had like 65,000.
You can't just leave Galaga.
I was like, I just can't leave. I mean, granted, I should probably be professional and wait until 10:05. But, I mean, I was on a heater. You don't leave the table on a heater.
We should have been out there with our video, putting that up on, just like, what's that, Donkey Kong movie?
That's right, yeah.
The documentary.
Yeah, it's going to say I got a fistful of quarters.
Yeah.
King of Kong.
Let's go.
I'm going to have to go get our social media director, and I'm just going to have her just
Let's do it.
Here, this is what it looks like when you... I don't even know if I get to put my name in over there. Put my name in over there.
Is it still blanking the initials?
It was still playing. I mean, I'm sure my thing is dead. I don't know if it will let me put my initials in, but if you can...
Joe's going to check.
Yeah, let's see.
He's leaving us.
I just want to establish that somebody is going to put it...
Now we could curse and he can't dump it.
That's right. Too bad for Joe.
Yeah.
Damn it!
Oh, there it is.
But... nobody will ever know then, Joe.
You go back and do it again. It's no big deal. Look, Mike Key says he's the master, and he's put his name in every single one with low scores. So what you need to do is go in every game, because you could beat him probably in every game there.
Well,
I was thinking about doing it.
Galaga's just the one. It bothered me on level 6. They started shooting at me. Okay, level 6 in the original Galaga, they don't shoot at you.
Right.
So that's like the one to like start, putting up, pretty good score. And suddenly they started shooting. I was like, who changed this game? I know what I'm doing here.
Yes, got it all squared away.
They saved it to level 10 where they didn't shoot at me.
Yeah. So cool having that. And there's the shuffleboard out there, too. That's a tougher game than I realized. I haven't played it in a long time.
That's a tough one, man.
And, they put it in. Greater Southern put that, the multicade in there, and then the shuffleboard along the wall. And I fooled around with that a little bit on Friday, and I did not do well, dude. I would lose every bet if I had to bet on that.
That's a tough game. Like, there's because depending on how much sand or whatever I guess it's sand. I don't know what they put on there, like a rubber sand or whatever. Depending on how much is there, like you can't really. You can go one time at the same exact speed, and it'll go off the back. One time it'll stay at the 3. I don't know.
I'm not good at it.
I don't like that game.
Yeah,
I mean, it's fun to do.
I've not played it enough to know yet, but I just know it was too hard for me to master Friday.
I've just been practicing putting over there on our little putting green.
Yeah.
I'm going to go play with the Marines today. There's a good fundraiser up at Cobblestone, so we're going to go play with them this afternoon.
But now I got like arcade finger, like arcade arm.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Can you claim that on like your
I don't think so. Like, I don't think if I went over to HR and said, listen, I've got this issue going on right now because of the arcade and my arm just won't stop shaking.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I'm just not trained.
Yeah. Well, you get back in the rhythm.
You got to train for this stuff.
That's exactly right.
You just can't just go putt.
That's right.
Right? I mean, that's why Rhino's working at it.
That's right.
Exactly right. 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Your Atlanta carrier experts, 770-GET-HEAT and centralheat.com. There are people that want to protect the criminals. They don't want to protect you and your family. But the criminals, Rhino, they need your protection.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you got to make sure that, hey, we are not looking at someone and just because they did a crime, we got to really investigate why they did it, why they grew up this way, blah, blah, blah. Well, Van Jones is one of those people. And if you know anything about Van Jones, he is the same person who decided that, hey, we don't care what the state says anymore about mask mandates or about whether or not we're going to open up the city. Mayor Van Johnson of Savannah continues to go on this crazy path about we don't care if the firearms are being used by criminals on you. We are going to make sure that if you are a law-abiding citizen and you accidentally leave your gun in the car and somebody breaks into your car, you're the one who's actually responsible, not the criminal.
Well, you were enticing them. We
Yes,
always joke
right.
around about how I'm going to set up a box with a stick and there's going to be some bourbon underneath it. And, at that point, Tug's going to get trapped.
What?
Well, that was my fault.
Yeah, right.
I should never have had an inducement. I encourage criminal activity. That's my fault.
But that's the thing. That's the crazy way of thinking. That people like the mayor of Savannah is foolish. And we know that all of this nonsense does nothing but further put his city in danger. The people that actually follow the law and law-abiding citizens, they're at a disadvantage in places like that because of the ignorance of his policies. Like, we're inducing criminals to... It's almost like... Who was it? Was it Minnesota that was suing Kia and Hyundai because their cars were too easy to steal?
Too easy to steal.
Yet they don't prosecute the people that actually steal?
Yeah.
It just... None of that makes sense, and Mayor Johnson down there is a buffoon.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to end up losing this, and luckily we have very good conservative Attorney General and Chris Carr, who is saying, yeah, this isn't going to fly. You can't just make up whatever city ordinance you want about this and about, people, whether or not they keep their guns in their cars or whether you're going to fine them if they do or if they get fined. If it does get stolen, you're going to blame them and then charge them with a crime because that's where it's going to end up going is you're not going to charge the guy who shot the child. Mm-hmm. You're going to charge, because we've seen this already in other court cases, you're going to charge the parents. You're going to charge the person in charge of the car. Now, there are some things that I think that we do need to talk about when it comes to people leaving guns unattended. Yeah, but it doesn't make sense for Van Johnson to sit here and say, yeah, I'm going to do this. Now, Chris Carr will probably end up winning this, but Van Johnson has said, nope, I'll take this all the way to the Supreme Court. And this goes back again to a face mask mandate that he initiated in the city that Governor Kemp said, nah, it ain't going to happen. You can't just make up what you want in an ordinance.
Do you think that this really comes down to how much easier life is? Because if you go back 100 years, it was a lot harder to just live a regular life, raise family, provide protection, that if you shot someone on the street, it was your fault. Okay? Like, this is how it was. I think we've gotten to the point where we've evolved to this area where we have to have this fake enlightenment that we are now so comfortable and so advanced that the idea of personal responsibility, that's outdated. Now it's your fault for having induced the criminal to partake in his criminal acts. You're the one who did it too, though. It's just there's a different way of thinking that has gone on, and it started up in the 90s with PC culture, and it's just been ramped up into this crazy way of putting the responsibility on other people rather than yourself.
Yeah. Now, Carr also has gone down and said, hey, when it comes to this is direct conflict and are preempted by state law, citing a statute that prohibits local governments from regulating possession, ownership, or transfer of firearms or any other weapons, because that's what they want. And again, they are trying to red flag. They are trying to take away guns from law-abiding citizens, and they'll try to circumvent the Constitution and find any way they can do this until somebody like Chris Carr stands up and actually fights for the American people and said this is a right.
It's pretty simple to me. Inducing people to commit crime is like, it's such an odd way of thinking. I just quickly reflect to the 10 Commandments and look at old number 8. Thou shalt not steal. Seems pretty straightforward. It doesn't say, hey, somebody can make you steal. No, you decide to steal.
But if you leave your truck door open or your house door open, and I happen to go in and, I don't know, take all your silverware, that's not me.
No. That's the way they think. That's the way they think. No, that's the point.
You lured me into it.
I know, right? Let's just skip over old number 8. Thou shalt not steal.
Let's just old number 8. This one's, listen, it's thousands. I'm telling you, these old,
just one line, that one initial beside it.
These ways of thinking, although general and have worked across a millennia, we are basically at a point now where we go out the window. They're outdated.
Oh my. Oh, and so let's continue this conversation about crazy things. And look, I love old number 8. I want to stick by it. Maxine Waters says it's actually my people you need to worry about. Way up in the hills. Talk about it next. Extra 1063 is Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Tug, Rhino, and Lowson till 10, then Beck, then Clay and Buck, and then the local afternoon show with the camera, Pete and Flounder, 3 to 6.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
Those college students, as active as they are, I mean, they're organized, they're showing up by the tens of thousands, they're shutting down things, they have programs, they have demands and everything else. They never listed anything like that for decades concerning saving people in Palestine or favoring Hamas until the issue became they could hate the Jews.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Hi, I'm Mark Beckham with Atlanta Ramjack. We specialize in only foundation repair. What is foundation repair? Foundations sink or settle. These issues need to be addressed. It only becomes more costly the longer you put it off. What is the biggest cause of foundation problem? Either poor construction, inferior site preparation, or weather. Drought causes cracks in your foundations. If you see any signs of foundation issues, please contact us at atlantaramjack.com.
Hey Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. And now, the security riddle of the day. What's less secure than a fake safe from a furniture or big box store? Joe Biden's fake border policy, of course. But hey, there is good news. This time next year, Joe Biden will not be president. So drop by Atlanta Safe House and check out the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. Build a wall around your valuables with a safe from the Safe House. We have certified delivery crews to install your safe. With over 30 years in the safe business, the Safe House is the place to buy safe in Georgia. So go to atlantasafehouse.com.
Being in an accident really bites. You need people around you that are going to make the whole process easier to deal with. I just described David Van Sant at Van Sant Law. He used to work for the insurance companies. What an advantage. He knows who to call, what to say, and they're not going to pull the wool over his eyes. Give him a call. Van Sant Law, 855-GA-INJURY, vansantlaw.com, 855-GA-INJURY.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride.
Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Hey fans, Xander from Atlanta Painting Company here, and with spring on the horizon, the home team won't be the only ones painting corners in Atlanta. This spring, save 10% off all exterior projects and get a free color consultation. We understand how valuable your home is to protect your investment with our industry-leading warranty and unmatched customer service. Don't just take our word for it. We have over 900 Google reviews telling you why we are the painters you can trust. Ready to get started? Visit us online at atlantapaintingcompany.com to schedule your free home consultation. The Atlanta Painting Company, the painters you can trust.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Xtra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now, I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPs.com.
It's officially May in the A, and the Atlanta Braves have an exciting month of 5 great matchups and 4 free giveaways. Like on May 15th, when the Cubs are in town, the first 15,000 fans will receive a Michael Harris II chain giveaway presented by Coca-Cola.
Swung on a fly ball, deep left center field. Acuna hits the bag at third. Here he comes, Michael Harris, taking no prisoners. Braves win it in the bottom of the 10th.
And the San Diego Padres come to Truist Park May 17th through the 20th. Fans can also look forward to Friday night fireworks presented by Georgia Lottery, live music before the game in the Battery Atlanta, and a special day celebrating Armed Forces Day on Saturday. To wrap up the weekend, bring the kiddos out to the second Kids Club Sunday of the season, featuring a kids-only press conference with a player on the Plaza stage, free face painting, swim goggles giveaway, and more. Visit Braves.com/promos for details on all of the fun this month and to secure your tickets. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
Election coverage is more than polls and numbers. It's about what matters in your life and your community. And Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station cares about your community, your voice, and most importantly, your vote. So keep it all here for the latest and download the Xtra 106.3 app and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. Los, since you're working from the home office today, you didn't get to see the parade of people that were standing in front of the Roxy Theater just to, I guess, our left. If
we got a show tonight?
We do. It is called Sleep Token. They're a metal band, and they have
Britain, apparently.
Yeah, they have an unusual cast of characters that are in the band, and then an unusual cast of characters. There's about 6 or 7 girls, all dressed in black, head to toe, out in front of the Roxy about 5:15 this morning. I'm like, dude, there ain't nobody going to be here until 6 o'clock tonight. Y'all are awful early.
Yeah, that's what happens. I mean, the Roxy is that one facility where it's wide open, so wherever you want to be in it, you have to be here early. But it does make for a show every now and then when you walk by and go, oh, okay.
Well, it kind of
see what I have here.
It kind of freaked me out because Tug was walking in front of me, and you couldn't see much because they're all I guess dressed in black. Because all I saw was these big black blobs moving behind, and I couldn't see Tug anymore. And I was like, "What are those big blobs?" And it just happened to be one person at that time. But I mean, just wow, it was kind of freaky. Kind of freaked me out a little bit.
It was odd.
The one that still sticks out to me, and this is from several years ago when Georgia was playing Alabama in the SEC championship game, and we decided that we were going to park over in the Battery and that we were going to stay in a hotel and we were going to ride down to go and see the game. And by the time that we got dropped back off by Uber, First off, it was the saddest procession of Georgia fans because they had just lost to Alabama and ultimately that's what it was. Well, DaBaby was playing over at the Roxy. So there was this line of young people that were looking at this line of Georgia fans all walking in sad. We were the ones to look at of like, what a bunch of weirdos. I'm about to go see DaBaby.
I told Rhino when we came in, I was like, I think those people out there are devil worshippers.
Yeah.
And it turns out that this band, if you go look them up, it's they say they're, according to what I've read, they're actually a Christian band, but they wear all these crazy masks. Like, what's that band that wears the mask that Corey...
Guar?
Slipknot?
Slipknot's what I was thinking.
Slipknot.
Guar was the originator, though.
Yeah.
Right, no, that was the originator. Slipknot and Corey Smith. Is it Corey Smith? Corey... Anyway, the singer, anyway.
Wait, did
Corey
Guar
Taylor.
have the
Corey
trash
Taylor,
compactor,
thank
by
you.
the way?
What's that?
Didn't Guar have the trash compactor?
I think so, yes.
Like their deal was like to eat you on stage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's random and weird.
Well, it's better than Stryper. Stryper was a Tug band for sure.
I did. You know what? I never really listened to Stryper. I knew them. I knew who they were, but I don't know if I should admit this or not, but I've never enjoyed contemporary Christian music. My wife loves it. She listens to the Fish pretty much every day. But I've just never really enjoyed it. I'm not saying there's not a song here or there.
Amy Grant?
Yeah, never really.
Oh, man, I love Amy Grant.
I mean, I don't dislike Amy Grant. I just have never gotten into it fully. And like I said, a song here or there will resonate with me. I did a podcast with Mac Powell, the singer for Third Day.
Yeah.
They sold like 20 million records and won like 10 Grammys or something. And he would, bring up stuff and he'd be like, when we, the band did this. And I was like, I actually don't. I have no idea what you're talking about. You have to explain it to me. Because I just never kept up with contemporary Christian music.
That's funny.
I didn't meet him until he started doing a couple country albums. And so anyway, I've just never been into it. So it's not a surprise that I don't know that this goth metal Halloween style band, is a Christian band. So
it's
they
a big
say.
thing in the Midwest.
The
metal Christian bands.
Yeah,
the metal Christian bands.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
they're from Britain. I don't know anything about. Like I've been trying to read more. I mean, all their songs have kind of a little bit of a religious title, but I don't know. I read some of the lyrics. I'm not sure.
My goodness. Well, anyway,
I don't know. People scare me.
Yeah, it's odd though. I mean, like the people there, look like they're probably don't.
Yeah, but you probably have a lot of things in common with them, Tug.
Yeah, maybe so. I need to go there and talk to them.
I think you should just dress all in black, put some eyeliner on, go out there and get it done, dude.
What's up, skateboard man?
Yeah.
I'm here for the Christian rock as well.
Let's go.
Yeah,
let's throw up our
Tug knot, bro.
That's exactly right. Hey, talking about my people though, Maxine Waters says it's my people, Los, that we need to be worried about.
Apparently so. So Maxine Waters goes on MSNBC over the weekend, and again, Maxine Waters is the. You can always depend on Maxine to throw something out there that's either
dumb,
theoretically, that's dumb. It's theoretically impossible. It's what it is. So take a listen to Maxine Waters over the weekend on MSNBC. She's going to tell you about the real threat we have in the upcoming election.
This is a man who we better be careful about. And I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask the Justice Department and I'm going to ask the president to tell us what they're going to do to protect this country against violence if he loses. I want to know about all of those right-wing organizations that he's connected with who are training up in the hills somewhere and targeting, what communities they're going to attack.
Huh?
Wow.
So now we have militias that are up in the hills somewhere.
Yeah.
And all they're doing is training so that if anything happens in this election, they'll be activated.
Here's the funny part, Maxine. If there's anybody in the hills, what they're training for is protecting their family, protecting themselves, and maybe
That's right.
hunting.
That's right.
And they're protecting themselves from people who are tearing up cities and universities all over this country.
Yes.
They're protecting themselves from people who in 2020 burned down their own cities. That's who they're protecting themselves from. We don't have to worry about Trump people. They didn't tear down the country in 2020. They didn't tear down the country or riot or stay in the street throwing things and crying in 2016 either.
No, you're exactly right, Rhino. And just to piggyback on that, Trump is being prosecuted all over the country and no one's rioting. No one's
Not
out.
one.
No one's tearing things up. No one's out there showing their hiney. Nobody's doing any of that stuff. So what is she talking about, Lowe's?
No, well, that's the problem. That Maxine is ignoring the obvious. This is not like the 90s, okay? This is not where these, like, militia groups, the Michigan militia, all these, you got to watch out for them, and they're hiding in the woods. No, the real activists are on the street right now.
Yeah.
They were at the Met Gala. They're the ones that are tearing up campuses. The real activists, the ones you need to worry about on a regular basis, they're not hiding. They're right out in front of you, and for some reason, because she has not made the association yet, she is part of that communist hierarchy. Man, the street animals, they're the ones coming for you. They're the ones you need to be afraid of. And it's not me, and it's not Rhino, and it's not Tug.
Nope.
It's your own who've decided you ain't communist enough.
Be afraid of the guy who walked into the Pennsylvania church and tried to shoot the pastor to his face.
That's right.
Be afraid of those people. She's basically talking about Sasquatches. They're not really there.
That's right.
Although, they are.
Well, yeah.
Maybe.
Just
not militants.
Yeah, militant Sasquatches. That's what we have to worry about. Maxine Waters she's alerted us to something totally new.
Right.
That we've never even considered in our lives. It's militant Sasquatches.
Trump-supporting aliens are coming from everywhere.
That's exactly right. The fun never ends on the Morning Extra. It doesn't matter how heavy the topic, we'll find a way to make fun of it and make it funny. Glad that you're here. 404-741-1230 is the number. At Extra 1063 across all the social media platforms. And NPR reporter is trying to figure out why people long for the Trump economy. Should be pretty easy to figure out. If she can't, we'll explain it to her next on Extra 1063.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 1063 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
But I was making the point in 1968, at least when all those protests started happening, we were talking about civil rights for black people. We were talking about the war in Vietnam. I mean, we were talking about 3 or 4 very, very powerful, serious things that would change America. These days, they're all swarming together for tranny rights and the gender association, but you cut off your penis if your little boy doesn't feel like being a boy when he's 12 or something. Those are the things they're throwing all the way. And cop hating. We don't want those cops learning how to treat criminals better. The Cop Training Center is supposed to have the ability to make police officers better police officers, and they want to shut it down. But again, the reasons they're all swarming together are ridiculous compared to when it really happened in 1968.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 1063 and the Extra app.
Well, Sally, thank you for your time. But unfortunately, we can't offer you the position.
But why?
Well, we got the results of your background check, and we saw some red flags.
Like what?
Apparently, you were accused of dog-napping a Chihuahua named Mr. Cha-Cha.
Mr. Cha-Cha was my soulmate.
At Horizon Background Screening, we find things that other companies don't. That's why companies that use us make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com.
At the Piedmont Bank, we're proud to be one of Georgia's largest community banks, focusing on serving businesses and the communities they serve. With headquarters right here in Metro Atlanta, our tailored banking expertise and solutions help meet the diverse needs of our customers so they have what it takes to grow, expand, and thrive. It's what elevates us above the rest. Find a location near you at Piedmont.bank and experience elevated banking for you and your business. The Piedmont Bank. Banking elevated. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Support for Extra 1063 comes from Natural Body Spa and Skin Remedy, celebrating their 35th anniversary and Mother's Day season with custom day spa and med spa packages. Discover Mother's Day gift ideas and award-winning day spa and med spa treatments available at Natural Body Spa and Skin Remedy, as well as e-gift cards online at naturalbody.com or in store at one of their 7 locations in Atlanta, Alpharetta, Decatur, Smyrna, and Snellville. Pamper your parent with the gift of spa at Atlanta's best day spa and med spa.
Welcome to Collins Hill Golf Club. Located only minutes between Georgia 316 and I-85 in Lawrenceville, lies one of Northeast Atlanta's best fun and affordable golf courses. A beautiful traditional layout with small undulating greens and narrow tree lines, and a new pond restoration project that will enhance the beauty and playability of the course. Collins Hill offers a wonderful challenge for every skill level, but golf is just the beginning of what you'll find at Collins Hill Golf Club. The clubhouse is the ideal place for members and guests to relax. The staff at Collins Hill is another key asset to the club. There is always something going on at Collins Hill Golf Club. Interested in competitive golf tournaments locally? Join the Collins Hill Men's Golf Association. Annual membership includes a golf tournament happening every month. Visit collinshillgolf.com for information. That's collinshillgolf.com.
Get ready for Real Talk on the Janelle King Show, where we tackle kitchen table topics that are banned from family gatherings, but crucial for a strong republic. Tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday for an encore episode at 9 a.m. And if you can catch us live, great. But if not, no worries. New podcasts drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park right here on Extra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcast. Join us for insightful conversations that matter.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
Hamas says yes. Israel says no. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. So a ceasefire proposal for Gaza remains elusive. The proposal was brokered by Egypt and Qatar, but Israel says that offer falls short of its core demands. So Israeli forces have taken control of a border crossing in Rafah, where it's warned tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians to leave.
Officials say the operation was very precise and very limited. They also say it was only in specific areas of eastern Rafah. The crossing is one of the main supply routes for humanitarian aid into Gaza, and we are told all movement there has stopped, at least for now. 20 Hamas militants were reportedly killed.
Fox's Ashley Strohmeyer as the pro-Palestinian protests continue here in the U.S. That's at MIT in Massachusetts. The sound of students breaking down barricades to get back into an encampment. In New York City, about 24 protesters were arrested trying to disrupt a glitzy Met Gala. Tornadoes tore through Oklahoma again, doing damage last night in Bartlesville and Barnsdall, north of Tulsa.
All of the neighbors are out here just trying to see who made it, made it.
At least one person was killed. Failure to launch for Boeing.
The astronauts were strapped in their seats. They were inside the capsule.
But Fox's Jonathan Sari reports the first manned flight of the new space capsule was scrubbed.
ULA, which makes the Atlas V rocket that was to launch the Boeing Starliner into space, says its engineers detected an audible buzz in an oxygen relief valve.
Boeing may try again Friday night. Former President Trump will return to court in New York in a few hours for day 13 of his first criminal trial, the day after the judge threatened to jail him for repeated gag order violations about the case. The former president claims he's being politically persecuted and silenced.
Frankly, you know what? Our Constitution is much more important than jail. It's not even close. I'll do that sacrifice any day.
He's charged with falsifying records and payments to keep an alleged affair quiet in 2016. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Progressive presents 10 things on a food truck owner's to-do list that are harder than getting a commercial auto insurance quote. Stocking the fridge, prepping the stations, finding employees that get along well, finding employees that actually do their job. Looking at you, Gary. Balancing the books, balancing the flavors, having a fresh menu and fresh produce and fresh meat, but never a fresh mouth. But the easiest thing on a small business owner's to-do list? Seeing if you can save on commercial auto insurance. Get a quote in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions.
If the left made any sense, they would be right. Listen to Extra 106.3.
Tug, Rhino, and Losa on the Morning Extra. An NPR reporter cannot understand why people are pining and long for the Trump economy. We'll talk about that in just a moment. This is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, 7 o'clock hours, brought to you by Van Sant Law. If you've been in an accident, make the right call, vansantlaw.com. Going to be a glorious day. We've got Donald Trump be in court about 9:30. We've got we can't tell if it's devil worshippers or we got sleep token tonight, or people who worship the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ next door at the Roxy. So it's been an adventurous day, an adventurous morning already.
Do you think if we went down there and were like, hey, will, want two of you guys come up or two of you people come up and tell us all about Sleep Token? They'd come up and visit with us?
I don't know, but
might be a nice treat for our YouTube audience.
Do you think anybody would care? That's the bigger question.
I think we got too much light on in here for them.
Exactly right.
They look pretty dark.
They are, well, that's the thing. Their skin is very, very pale, yet their clothing is very, very dark.
Yeah, they might not be able to have any kind of LED lighting on them.
It seems like it'd be a challenge for them to sit in this bright studio with us.
Hanging out under black umbrellas right now.
Is it raining outside?
No.
Oh,
they can't have the sun on them.
They're like vampires.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay. That's the thing. Like, we can't decide, what that is down there. So, if anybody knows about
If any of you good Christians have been to a Sleep Token concert,
please, somebody.
Put on your eyeliner and spike your hair up.
I've not been to one. But I told you last hour, I've never been into contemporary Christian music. I love hymns. Like the hymns that I grew up with in church, I love. And the church
I thought you meant hymns like the things that get you going in the
well, no, right. I'm talking about the Lord right now.
Oh.
And you're trying to bring in some sort of ED medication. I mean, that's
I love hymns. Good for you.
HYM.
Oh.
Yeah, S. But
those are much nicer.
Yeah, no, Joe, that's not the right time. It's not the right time. I did. I grew up on hymns.
Sleep Token's gonna come get you.
Seriously, they will. And that's the stuff that I enjoy. And where we go to church, they don't do a lot of hymns, and that'd be the only thing. If they sent out a survey, and they said what would you like us to change, update, alter, that would be something I would say. Maybe once a morning, give me a hymn. That's all I need. Just one. I'll fly away. Or
this should be a segment.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Tim's
hymns.
Tug's hymns of the morning.
That's right, absolutely. So
all you got to do, Tug, put on a mask and go down there.
Yes.
Well, I mean,
it's a masked band that people think is a masked Christian band.
Hold on, Laura.
Why do Christian?
Laura, we need some mascara for Tug.
That's right. Why would Christian bands wear a mask? I just don't. I don't.
Very simply, if you're going to preach a certain message that is not, let's face it, how many would we say they're mainstream Christian artists, right? I mean, that's outside when Vertical Horizon basically told you we're not a Christian band. Then they had their hits, and they were like, we've been a Christian band for forever. They're basically saying, here's our messaging, here's what we're doing, but we'll make it look like this sort of goth rock, indie pop, this sort of thing, and yet you're still getting this message.
Like
get Tug some platform shoes and get him down there, some big black platform shoes,
boots or something
with goldfish in the heels.
That's right,
black goldfish.
If they would let me in there, they'd be like, "There's no way this dude's real." They would sniff me out immediately.
They would?
Yes, absolutely. That's why I
from you stumbling in like a large platform heels.
Yes, I could. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to pull it off. That's why I could never work undercover. I did that show yesterday called Back Your Blue that we do with the Second Chance Bail Bonds, and we had Representative Seabaugh in, State Representative Seabaugh, great guy. Mm-hmm. He was talking about some of the legislation they've passed, and some of that. And then we also had a criminal investigator from Cobb County, and she was unbelievable. She was the sweetest, nicest Christian woman.
Yeah,
but she could flip the switch and
crush your face.
Absolutely, dude.
I love it.
Yes, like she'd work SWAT, she'd work DEA.
Yeah.
Like she's done some of the most amazing things in the world, and yet you would never know it. Like she looks like the person I sit next to at church. She's just a regular, lovely young woman that does an extraordinary job. I couldn't believe it.
I can't wait to hear this on Saturday. I've started to get into the show in the mornings on Saturday, listening to it. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm telling you, man, it's surprising. I could never do what she does because I would never be able to blend in. I would bumble and stumble all through it, and they would sniff me out immediately. The drug dealers would.
I don't know. I mean, we got to have some like eye black around here or something. We're a sports station. It'd just get you like some makeup look.
I wouldn't be able to pull it off.
Got to get a wig and spike your hair or something.
Lowe's, have you ever done any of this stuff that Rhino's talking about?
No, but you know what? It might be an experience. Listen, Tug, I don't think you should rule these things out just offhand.
Yeah, we got tons of like props and stuff around here. Mike Key dresses up all the time like a lunatic.
He does. You're right, our promotion director. He's always dressed up with whatever the day is. One day it was just raining, and he came in looking like Captain Gorton's from Gorton's Frozen Fish.
He sure did.
I was like,
scares me sometimes.
Where did you get the rain slicker and Captain Gorton's hat? And sure enough, he's got
Whenever he comes dressed like that, I look at his hands to make sure there's not a gun in it. Because I thought maybe he lost it.
It's
finally happened.
He's come to take out the office.
This is it.
I'm telling you, it's not Mike Key that's going to take out the office.
No.
I mean, I've got a couple nominees, but Mike Key doesn't. I don't think Mike Key's one.
Who?
No, I'm not going to say that, but I'm just saying there could be a couple people that might do it.
Yeah.
And Mike Key would not be one of them. Would you agree with that, Lowe's? Mike Key's not the guy.
I would say, I would not consider Key to be one of those guys. There's others. Like, for instance, our friend who still does some work with the radio station, Sean Nerney was like the prime target.
Oh, yeah.
To be the guy. Sean had an anger switch, and he worked with people that could flip it on a regular basis.
Yeah.
He had an anger switch, right?
Now, he wouldn't have shot any of us. But he would have taken out his own show.
I saw that Ukraine flag.
Yeah. I'm not so sure it wouldn't be us.
Well, I'll put it this way. It wouldn't have been me, all right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair point. Okay.
And maybe not me, because he kind of really liked me for a long time. We did a lot of football stuff together on the weekends. So.
Well, Sean and I had a great relationship as well, but I don't know. I don't think he is conservative politically.
No, not at all.
Yeah, so
not at all.
Well, it also doesn't mean that when he flips out, he's going to target that. He was going to go after the people that brought out the anger, and fortunately, a couple of them no longer work at the radio station. But at the time,
good.
Like that's what I was always concerned about.
All right, then. Well, that makes me feel better. An NPR reporter.
I'm going with Joe Ham.
No way. The nicest dude in the world.
And there's no chance.
Not a chance. The nicest man.
Joe Ham would jump in front of a bullet for us.
That's exactly right. A dude that loves Jesus is Joe Hamilton, and I love that man. I'm telling you, Joe Hamilton is the greatest guy.
He's so quietly funny. Like, he'll take me aside every once in a while and he'll be like, where can I get some really nice guns? Hey, we should go shoot some deer together.
That's exactly right.
Like,
Joe always takes you aside for the most random questions. Hey, where did you pick that up? You're like, Joe, we can have this discussion in public. It's fine.
The Second Amendment protects it, buddy. It's just fine, you know? There's a reporter stunned by Biden voters commenting on the economy and nostalgia for Trump. She said, nonstop on the campaign trail, I heard about the economy.
The biggest challenge Biden seems to be facing is enthusiasm among those core groups.
Yeah, no, that's very true. I mean, I'm headed to Georgia this coming week, and in major part what I want to do is look at the so-called Big Tent coalition that helped Biden win a state by Georgia, very tight margins, 11,000 votes. What I've already heard in so many of my interviews with people is a lackluster sense of enthusiasm, whether it's black voters, whether it's, you'd call them sort of like disaffected Republicans. There's a whole bunch of things that went right. For Biden, I would argue in 2020, it was unity in opposition to Donald Trump. To make this a referendum, sure, is what the Biden campaign wants, but it's really challenging because many voters are looking at this election as a referendum on Trump. I was just up in Pennsylvania, nonstop. I heard about the economy, and people don't feel
on Biden.
Great. Yeah, exactly. On Biden. I'm sorry, referendum on Biden. And so people don't feel great about the economy now. This nostalgia for the Trump years is something that I would say about the economy nostalgia I heard from Democrats even, which was really shocking to me. Lay Democrats, remembering how good they thought their 401k was. They would say in the next breath, they're not going to vote for Trump for a variety of reasons.
How dumb are those people? It was so wonderful, yet I am so deranged, and I despise Donald Trump so bad, I will vote against my personal interest just to not wake up angry.
The funny part was that she, accidentally put, a referendum on Trump, and he's like, you mean Biden? She's like, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just used to attacking Trump. It's so weird. But that's the derangement of these people. But she's right. They're starting to see it, and she's hearing it. She's hearing that the economy, they were doing better. She can't believe it. Why? Well, because she lives in her little,
NPR bubble.
In her NPR bubble. She's getting paid to go against Donald Trump. 11,000 votes here was not because of a huge, anti-Trump. It was because of a huge influx of votes that came after midnight.
During a cracked pipe situation at State Farm Arena.
But notice the words that are always used. First off, she uses nostalgia, like it was something ancient, like it was something from the 50s, like it was something that was a bygone era that could never return. Baby girl, it was 4 years ago. I lived it, okay? I was in it. And as much as she then cites the 401k, all right, we've talked about, your retirement is fine, but we also have records amount of Americans who are drawing on their own retirement to pay their bills. Okay, like these are the realities that don't add up, and for somebody to basically be in her own little crazy silo of not recognizing what's going on in Pennsylvania along with the rest of the country. I'm sorry, this is what happens when you're at NPR and you don't have to produce ratings or revenue. You get to live off the government teat and never question these things.
Polling would tell you that black voters and Latino voters who voted for Biden in 2020, Rhino, now blame him for the economy. So if you're wondering, ma'am, why those people are disaffected, because they would like to be successful in America too.
Yeah, there's a reason that, and we're going to talk about it later, why they are pandering to other groups and looking at women's groups and talking about abortion and women's rights and everything else, because they're afraid of the economy coming back and hurting this entire campaign. And there's a good reason for it. I love what Carlos just said, the nostalgia part. This wasn't 75 years ago and like, oh, bread was 25 cents. No, bread was like a reasonable rate at $1.99. Now at $5.99. Gas was reasonable at $1.77. It wasn't a nickel. It wasn't nostalgia. This was 4 years ago. People remember that because over the last 4 years, we have struggled more than we ever have. It's been traumatic for a lot of people. Throw in the COVID, throw in the mistakes that the Republicans made, all of that may be a part of it, but at the same time, right before the pandemic, everybody kept looking at their checks. I remember Democrats going, I can't believe how much money I'm getting back. I can't believe how much more money I'm getting in my check. And they felt really bad because they talked about how bad he was going to be and all the taxes that you were going to have to face, and realizing they were making more money. People don't forget that over 4 years.
Well, I'll give you an example. So there's a group, Vanguard, and they basically monitor retirement accounts. They had a number from 2023 that you had of the 5 million accounts that they manage, that they look over. You had a record 3.6% of them who had been withdrawn on for emergency funding. Now, the fun part is you can then go back in the media and look back a month ago, like CBS does a special. Experts on why more Americans are withdrawing from their 401 retirement funds early. You don't need an expert. It's because everything costs a crap load. And so whether you're working on a fixed income or you had an emergency in your home, hell, if you had a car that went down and needed some unexpected repair and suddenly that's $3,000 you weren't expecting, that's where that money's coming from. So don't tell me about how great the 401k is. The 401k right now is basically existing as an additional savings lifeline.
An emergency account is exactly right, like an emergency savings account. The other thing is the credit card. We're $1.129 trillion in debt in the fourth quarter of 2023, according to the Federal Reserve. People are using their credit cards at an alarming rate. We have more credit card debt in this country than we ever have before because of these horrible policies and horrible planning and everything that the Biden administration does that's so bass-ackwards or on purpose, depending on how you look at it. And, Rhino, the only cure for that is to put Joe Biden on The View.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they're going to have to do. Look, the best thing for them to do is to get Joe Biden out there and have him pander to a group of cackling hens that will sit and just bok, 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 bok. Yeah, let's keep going. Because as people realize, the economy and immigration are the two biggest concerns of Americans overall. When it comes to the economy, another thing is 3.8% yesterday was the number that they gave. That's home prices just here in Atlanta, up 3% higher, 3.8% higher than a year ago. People are going to ask about the economy and inflation. So get Joe Biden in front of the most friendly audience. Now, the funny part is Jen Psaki says this is the best bet. Get him to The View and eliminate all press conferences.
Well, it'll work. Their theory and what we saw yesterday that, you know what, we have to do less because it will mean more, because they recognize when you put him in front of people for longer than a couple of scripted answers, scripted responses, you are going to notice the decline. The one thing they can't change is his age and his cognitive decline. I would even say The View would be a dangerous place. Imagine all those lights. You have a crowd. You have a lot of neurological responses going on. Yeah. You have a multitude of hosts asking a multitude of questions. That's not even a safe place.
It'll be taped,
It'll be completely scripted or taped or both.
Yeah. They won't run that live. There's no way they would allow them to run that live.
Why would they? Because they know he can't answer those questions, as simple and as softball as they will be. The man who takes no softball questions is the talkmaster, Neil Bortz. And he will join us next for the Neil Bortz Show during the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
Tug, you're red, white, and blue. These colors don't run.
Thank you, Lowe's. Thank you. That's exactly right. And they ain't no need to start.
The Morning Extra, 6 to 10 a.m. on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Okay, this is going to sound a little bit crazy, but it's the truth. My wife turned on the AC in the house, and I'm like, Laura, it's not hot enough for the AC yet. It is not. It is not hot enough for the AC. I'm in my own house freezing to death. Turn off the AC. Let's just put it on off. The heat's not coming on. The AC's not coming on. I feel like that's the way to go. We're in this place of comfort right now. I feel like outside is pretty comfortable. But no, we go back and forth. Maybe you're the same way. Fight over the HVAC setting in the house. If you do that, make sure you have a maintenance agreement with Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. That way, when it goes from heat to AC and heat to AC to off, it can handle all the changes. That machinery, it works hard, and it has to be well maintained, no different than your car. Or when you do need it, when it is really, really hot outside, you won't have it. Get a maintenance agreement today. Or if you need a full-on new carrier system, get one with Chuck and his team at Central Heating and Air Conditioning. How do you get either up to like $1,700 off or 0% financing? You go to centralheat.com or give them a call at 770-GET-HEAT.
Hey sandwich lovers, today's your lucky day. There's a whole new way to roll for lunch or dinner delight with Nucky's Hoagies in the Roswell Corners Shopping Center. Now open. Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell is family owned and operated by the Sub-Sisters, Stacy and Shannon, whose love language is food and Nucky's Hoagies, their passion. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagie, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever, along with hunger-quenching sandwich combinations. Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner.
This is Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
Introducing Sonder Health Plans, your trusted local partner for Medicare Advantage in Georgia. Only in Georgia. With Sonder, you'll get comprehensive coverage that's tailored to your needs. They offer $0 primary care visits, $0 premiums, and access to a wide network of Georgia healthcare providers. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com now to learn more about their valued-based care that won't break the bank. Or call 888-428-4440. Sonder Health Plans, your doctors, your neighbors, your friends.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911. Online at stopmyed.com.
You may have seen the Bortz billboard all across town. Let everyone know Bortz is back and his new home is Extra 106.3.
Buddy, it doesn't get better than a Tuesday with Neil Bortz, the talk master. Such a pleasure to have you on the show every Tuesday. Thank you, Neil, for being up early with us. We appreciate you. I just want to say as many complimentary things as I can because I'll be accused of saying something bad.
No, I'm in a good mood today.
Oh, good.
Hey, what's for the good mood today, Neil? I want to get in a good mood.
Well, I can use stuff here that you can't.
That's fair.
Well, hang on. Oh, it took me a second. I'm a little slow on the
What
uptake.
he's saying is he's sitting there behind his mic naked, and I can't do that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. while eating gummies is my guess.
No. Aren't you going to ask where I am?
Yeah, well, I was afraid to. I didn't know if that was allowed.
Well, it is. I got it for you. See if you can figure this out in the next few minutes. 18 degrees, 0 minutes, 36 seconds north. 63 degrees, 3 minutes, 12 seconds west.
In the Caribbean.
No, he's stateside.
Boy, you really narrowed that down, didn't you?
Well, I'm guessing that a ship would take you to the Caribbean, and when you start throwing out lats and longs, I mean, the last time I talked about lats and longs, I was also in the Caribbean aboard a ship.
Well, there you go.
Are you in Jamaica?
No. I'm in St. Martin.
St. Martin.
Ooh.
Oh, there we go. An island divided by the French and the Netherlands, and on the French side is the nudie beach, I believe.
Well, hey, they didn't put that down as an excursion.
It can be.
Well, there is a nude cruise leaving Miami in a couple of weeks. Could you imagine a nude cruise?
No.
The only time you wear anything is for meals.
But
do you know how? Look, I went to Saint-Tropez one time. Okay. Now you guys aren't going to believe this unless you've been to a nude beach or something.
Mm-hmm.
It gets boring in about 15 minutes.
Well, yeah, no, there's nobody there that's attractive.
Well, no, they are. I mean, they're okay, but you are, because you suddenly focus on the women wearing bathing suits. Because there's still some mystery there. The guys want some mystery.
Yeah.
I wonder what hers look like. If they're walking around naked, there's no question.
There's no mystery anymore.
And I'll, if you ever go to Greece, as a world traveler, I can give you some advice about Greece, okay?
Yes, sir.
If you're on the beach in Greece and the girls are walking down the beach with no tops on, if they see you wearing a traditional American bathing suit, they will stay away from you.
Okay.
If you're wearing the banana hammocks that those guys wear out there in Europe, they'll proudly walk on by because they figure you're not going to gawk at them. But
what if I have a banana hammock that's an American flag, though, Neil?
See, that would be confusing.
Well, guys, I hope I make it back. I hope I make it back without getting thrown in the ship's jail because, just call me an old curmudgeon or an old fart or whatever you want to.
We do.
But the out-of-control kids on this ship.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's not good.
This is my problem with the cruises, Neil, because I've been through this, and the last 2 cruises I've been on, it's been ruined because of the kids running around the ship all night, running up and down the halls, banging on doors, doing things that their parents have no control over their children, don't get them in the rooms. It drove me insane.
I know, and that just makes you an old curmudgeon. They have signs all over the place. Do not run. Then it says, even for ice cream. But these kids run everywhere, weaving in and out of the people, and their parents, some of them, of course, do give a damn. Most of them don't. They think they're on the ship. What kind of trouble can they get in? And they just turn them loose.
Well, but I mean, if you don't like to be around kids on a cruise, though, why wouldn't you just do? Aren't there adult-only cruises? Like where it
don't matter.
There's kids on adult-only cruises.
Viking.
Oh, maybe adult
There's
only.
Viking. Yeah, Viking Cruise Lines. No kids.
Okay.
No kids.
Maybe just stick with those.
I wanted to see this ship. So here I am. This is the Icon of the Seas, the largest cruise ship afloat.
Oh, my.
And when you walk onto it, your jaw drops. It is an amazing, incredible experience. And I've been on this ship for 3 days now, and I've still seen maybe 1/3 of it.
Wow. I'm looking at some pictures.
Have you been on that water slide?
Yeah, for sure.
I haven't even been to the water slide area.
Not to that deck at all?
No, I haven't even been there. Then they have the surf rider, that you can ride. They have a miniature golf contest, a climbing wall.
Yeah, I can't imagine why there are any kids there.
Very confusing.
I know. I mean, I begged for that, didn't I? But the ship is incredible. We've maybe felt it move once on the way down here. Amazingly stable. We saw a stage play last night of The Wizard of Oz that was highly technical. They had flying monkeys out over the audience. But the Munchkins, no, they had to be politically correct on the Munchkins. They didn't hire a bunch of dwarfs for that.
Wow.
But this place is this ship is stunning. But our next cruise is on Viking, where there's no kids.
Well, see, then there you go. That makes sense. And now they have this little thing. I want to know if you've tried too, where you can stand on the ledge. They hook you in almost like a bungee jumping cable, and then you get to walk out over the water on these little pedestal things. That looks amazing.
No chance in hell.
It's like me in a hot air balloon.
No.
This is awesome.
That's right.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'll watch other people do that.
Yeah.
But and I haven't been there yet. But they have an area here called Central Park. It's down the middle of the ship, and it's got trees and plants and shrubbery and sidewalk cafes and very few kids. And then at the very front of the ship, they have an area that the kids are just totally unimpressed with. It's called the Aquadome, I believe, and it is amazing as well. So I'm having some. I see the idiots. Speaking of kids, these children protesters. I see they forced Emory to move their graduation.
Yeah, they did, and look, they did it at USC. They've done it at a lot of places. I think Columbia is saying the same thing, that they're going to wait to post final grades to see if they can give amnesty to those people who have been suspended. And see, that's the problem. Inside of Columbia is just as corrupt and decaying as the kids on the outside.
I know. It absolutely is. And I have enjoyed the Hims and Hers story. Have you heard that one?
We talked about Hims earlier a little bit, but that's totally different, I feel like. What's your story?
No. Hims, the boner medications?
Yes, that's what I was talking about earlier.
I was talking about out of the that gospel hymnal.
Oh.
No. And that the stock in that company has tanked because the owner or the CEO, whatever, bragged about the demonstrators on colleges and said there are CEOs out there that can't wait to hire you.
Yeah, I saw that.
I think is a load of, that's a load of monkey squat. But so their tank is stocked, and I would like to see a database that has a list of all of these infantile teenagers that decide they know how to run the world. Has a list of them, so that recruiters and HR people and what have you can see who they are and say, sorry. No, but we don't need you here due to your activities while you were in college.
Yeah,
I'd like to see these idiot kids suffer.
Yeah, I'd love to see it as well. And I'd hope that people would, take advantage of what's being given to them, because these people's faces have been outed on TV and their names are starting to come out. And I hope that a lot of businesses look and say, we don't need this kind of trouble. I mean, this is what it's doing. The support of these kids, like you said, Hims stock is going down. I don't know if they'll get it back up, but if they can get it up, I guess Hims would be the one to do it. But the more that you support these, like, they're domestic terrorists at this point, Neil.
They are. They absolutely are. And of course, with Emory, not only did they have to deal with these terrorist supporters, but they have to deal with the anti-police crowd that are determined to shut down or to prevent that police training facility. most of whom are not students. In fact, they estimate that in all these campus protests, about 50% of the people in the protest aren't students at those colleges.
Well, we've talked about that when you see them get arrested, and we, especially when it was Rhino and I last week, we would see one person after another where they would pull their mask off, they would walk them down the police line, and we'd say, "That's not a student. That's not a student." What I'm curious about, and obviously with the funding coming from George Soros, some of these other organizations out there, where do you find these types of people that can go hang out on a campus, that are in their late 20s, early 30s, and have nothing to do other than cause trouble?
Well, most of them, I would say a lot of them are probably pretty much unemployable. Maybe they work at Starbucks or something like that. And Starbucks is suffering too right now, by the way, because a lot of people are fed up with their union drives, unionized Starbucks. The hell with that. There are no unionized Starbucks in Naples. And there is a Starbucks on board this ship. I don't know if they're unionized or not. I would rather doubt it. But, and by the way, I got to ask you this. They keep threatening Trump with jail. Do you think that helps him or hurts him?
Helps him. Yeah, we've talked about that for a long time, Neil. The best thing, he wants to go to jail. And we played the cut earlier today where he said, I would go to jail, and it's a sacrifice I'd make because the Constitution is more important than anything else. I thought it was brilliant. He wants to go to jail. Otherwise, he would stop talking.
I think he does, too. And now Joe Biden... they now surround him with people whenever he goes out and has to walk anywhere so that they can't see the Biden shuffle.
We did the same thing for my grandpa.
Did you really surround him with people?
Just family members. When we would walk in and out of church, when we would walk in and out wherever we were going, we always were around him because we didn't want him to fall. He was getting up there in age, and God rest his soul. We always wanted to be there with him to make sure that he was okay. It's pretty natural when it happens.
With my grandfather, too.
Exactly. It's not uncommon. They're just doing what people do around very elderly people like Joe Biden.
But they're not doing this to make sure Biden's okay. They're doing this so the cameras don't see him shuffling along like an old fart.
Agreed. But the point is that they have to, just like I had to with my grandfather.
Yeah.
Do you think they have a guy that carries a diaper bag?
I thought they used to call that the football.
The football, yeah.
But anyway, I used a walker after my hip surgery, but I think it was for about maybe 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So, okay, you want the stupid cruise ship questions?
Yes,
please.
Okay. There is a list. I'll just give you some of the best ones of the stupid cruise ship questions that people ask on cruise ships. Number one, do you generate your own electricity?
No, we have shore power all the way out here right in the middle of the ocean.
No, we drag a big-ass extension cord behind us.
Right.
Number two, do the waiters live on board?
Nope, fly on and off every day.
Yeah.
And then the third good one is, where's the periscope?
Oh, come on.
Well, some people don't realize that it's submarines that have a periscope. But look, everybody doesn't live out to sea. Everybody's not old salts like me and you, Neil Boards.
Well, I forget how many cruises I've been on. But as impressive as this ship is, and it is way, way impressive, I don't think that I'll come back on it again unless there are some friends that insist on it. But I recommend to old farts and curmudgeons such as myself and apparently you, look for cruise lines that don't permit kids on board. Like Viking is at the top of that list, or go on smaller ships like Seabourn that don't have a bunch of things for kids to do, and therefore their parents stay away. I think probably the most enjoyable cruise. Well, for me, the most enjoyable cruise I've been on was Antarctica. But not a lot of people want to do that nonsense. But look for a cruise with all adults and with not many things for kids to do. And I think you'll find it a lot more enjoyable. I just want to get through this situation without grabbing one of them and throwing them off the boat.
Bart Simpson style.
Yeah.
You remember Bart Simpson getting grabbed around the neck, his tongue sticks out. Neil.
I think we should do a station trip with Neil Bortz on the Icon of the Seas, just so we can all be there, too.
Yes,
we'll broadcast directly from it.
That's right.
You know, the year I retired, I did a listener cruise on, I think it was the Seven Seas Mariner. It was in the Caribbean. We put 240 people on that ship.
Wow, all right.
Sweet. Wow.
That's big times. Did you assume you didn't allow any children?
Well, there weren't any children in our group.
Yeah.
But I don't remember. I can't recall a bunch of kids on that ship. I don't think there were a lot. My listeners made up most of the people, but there were some people on the ship that were very, very disappointed to find out that I was on board.
That's funny.
And
they're mad at you.
I remember one time walking down the hallway, and here comes the ship, one of the ship officers, and he asked me, he said, "You having a great time?" I said, "Great time." And then there was this woman walking behind me, and he says, "How are you? You having a great time, ma'am?" And she says, "Well, I was until I found out that butthole was on this ship."
Oh, my. She hit you with the old BH. That's terrible. Oh, my goodness. Neil Bortz.
No, she hit me with the old AH.
Let's get it correct. You cleaned it up for the Morning Extra, and we appreciate it. Neil?
I did.
I know those phone calls are expensive.
Phone call is costing me $30 a minute, yeah.
I know. I'm telling you, that is no joke to call from out to sea. So we appreciate you, and have a great rest of your cruise. Talk to you next week.
Talk to you on Tuesday next week. Be good, guys.
Yes, sir. Neil Bortz, the Talkmaster. Just getting called all kinds of ugly names.
Man.
Yeah, that's terrible, poor guy. Been called a...
Oh, he's used to it.
Yeah, I guess you're right. That's actually close.
I think he likes it.
Well, you're a dumb rube, according to leftist journalists. We'll talk about that next. On Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Tug, Rhino, and Los. We are on the air until 10 a.m. this morning. Hey, it's Tug. The Morning Extra has you covered from 6 to 10, and Kimmer's got you on the ride home.
Hunter Biden is threatening to sue Fox News, which is pretty funny because he's suing because they allowed his laptop to go public. And originally, he, of course, had denied it was his laptop. Now he's claiming it is his laptop, and because it's his laptop, they had no right to show his pictures of him naked with girls doing cocaine. So, I mean, it's just the hypocrisy of these
The
things.
Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Help Special Olympics Georgia cheer on the Flame of Hope as it makes its way to Emory University for the 2024 Special Olympics Georgia State Summer Games. The Flame of Hope will be escorted by the local law enforcement torch run officers. Be on the lookout for the torch run going through Atlanta and ending at the opening ceremony for the Summer Games on May 24th. Want to get involved? Support a Special Olympics Georgia athlete today by adopting a duck at duckrace.com/Atlanta. All proceeds will help provide meals and housing for the Georgia athletes. That's duckrace.com/Atlanta.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPSETC.com.
It's officially May in the A, and the Atlanta Braves have an exciting month of 5 great matchups and 4 free giveaways. Like on May 15th when the Cubs are in town. The first 15,000 fans will receive a Michael Harris II chain giveaway presented by Coca-Cola. Then the Padres come to town the 17th through the 20th, and fans can also enjoy the incredible pre- and post-game entertainment in the Battery Atlanta. Visit Braves.com/promos for more details on all of the fun this month. Atlanta Braves Baseball. We are Braves insurance country.
You have enough to deal with after an accident. You don't want to spend a lot of that time messing around with insurance companies. Besides, what are you going to say to them? You really know the ins and outs? David Van Sant at Van Sant Law does. He used to work for the insurance companies. Their worst nightmare. He knows who to call, what to say, how to listen to them, and he has your best interest at heart. Van Sant Law, 855-GA-INJURY. VanSantLaw.com, 855-GA-INJURY.
You shouldn't need a degree in finance to choose a checking account. That's why we made Truist One Checking. No trade-offs, no compromise, no hassle. Just the stuff you want from a bank that cares. And that means no overdraft fees, lots of practical perks, and automatic upgrades. Truist One Checking. One simple choice. Visit Truist.com/one. Truist.com/ONE. Truist Bank, member FDIC.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
This is Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
Love having a true conservative news and talk station in Atlanta? Then spread the word. Tell your family and friends to download the Extra 106.3 app and stream the Morning Extra, The Kimmer Show, and Atlanta's biggest lineup of conservative voices.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. 7 o'clock hours brought to you by Van Sant Law. If you've been in an accident, make the right call. VanSantLaw.com. Tug, Rhino, Los until 10. You are just a dummy. You're just a rube. You're just a fool. And you have no idea what's going on. That's pretty much the mind of every leftist journalist, which makes up about 96% of all journalists in the world, Los.
Michelle Kaczynski. Now, the name's not going to shatter anything or make you go, oh, my God, I know exactly who that is. But this is a person who's written for a number of different publications, as somebody who went and got their education strictly in journalism, never any once having to step into the private sector and work for somebody where you had to actually provide ratings and revenue. That's just not what she was supposed to do. And she had a post over the weekend. And it ended up showing up over on Fox News. You can probably link through there, where she talked about attending a dinner party and being around a lot of different people. And that after a few drinks, suddenly the closeted MAGAs came out. And so they didn't want to talk about politics, but slowly but surely, everybody started kind of sharing their ideas. And she talked about how one of the dinner guests said climate change, but used finger quotations above it. Well, that was automatically going to upset everyone when you were talking about who these people are. She goes on to basically point out, I didn't realize how many closeted MAGAs I'm surrounded by, and that when you just try and talk logically to them, you'll recognize they fall back on their tropes, on their programming. Like, hold on a second. If we want to actually have a discussion about these things, for instance, she points out how they all appeared so normal, but, we were in an upscale Florida neighborhood, and so, it's kind of to be expected. This is a woman who has been we talk about being in that silo where everything sounds the same. It's the echo chamber. Here's what it is. This woman has surrounded herself with strictly one ideology and one way of thinking, to where when people actually start presenting information, all she can do is run back to her corner and say, these people are dumb. That's all. That's it.
Which is crazy, Los, because as a journalist, you're supposed to take information, dissect it, disseminate it, right? I mean, that's kind of the process of it. But the problem is, if you only hear one message, there's nothing to dissect. You just regurgitate, disseminate the regurgitation. There's nothing else there. And when you become that way, there's nothing that is going to rock your world like somebody saying, hey, have you ever thought about this in a different direction? Have you ever thought about this in a different way? What?
I like numbers. Nah, yeah, look, I mean, there are no journalists anymore. I mean, there's very I guess there's few out there probably still, but we've seen so many opinionists come in, editorialists or analysts. That's what they are, and everybody picks and chooses where they want to go and whose side they're on, and that's what it seems like all journalism is at this point.
Well, if I was to be at that dinner party and I was to make the point that when you look at real wages are down by 3.9% from several years ago, all right, because initially Michelle Kozinski's going to go, wages are up. I'll say, well, real world wages are down by 3.9%. Okay. She's going to basically be echoing a point that's made by the administration, but is not supported by any of the data that actually records any of this stuff. If I was to say that inflation under Donald Trump was sitting around 1.5%, whereas now at the low end, we're talking about 5.5% with a high of 9 that we were at just a couple of years ago. Again, it's basically a compounding situation. If I was to point that out and say how that's so much harder to then manage a family budget on a regular basis, you know what she's going to tell me? Inflation's down.
Yeah.
Right.
Because she's just going to echo a message. She's just going to echo a message, whereas real data cannot be reasoned with. It cannot be thrown around in a way where you're like, well, let me see if I can make it work for me. These are the real world situations that are happening that people like Michelle would not be able to handle at a dinner party.
Yeah, and a lot of people, look, we had some friends over the other day, and we were talking to them, and they happen to lean a little to the left, or more to the left than I would ever lean. And one of the things they said was they were getting and ready to take out a home equity loan. And when they looked at it, they go, we got a really good rate at 6%. I said, on a home equity loan? On a home equity loan. I said, what would that have been 4 or 5 years ago? They're like, oh, I know, right? I mean, it would have been so great. It would have been like 1.2%, 1.9%. I could have gotten a really good rate. And I said, and you're okay with this? And they go, yeah, 6% is a great rate. Okay. But that's what Democrats have.
They've been brainwashed.
They've been brainwashed to believe, like, hey, at least this is a good rate. This is where, and that's what Democrats are doing. They're getting you ready for, if they were to run the government, you'll be okay with this. You'll be used to that. You'll be happy with 7% on a home interest, like on a mortgage interest.
Well, what they'll tell you is they'll be like, well, look at the historically a 30-year fixed rate mortgage is typically right around 8%.
Yeah.
And I will say, but it hasn't been 8% in the better part of 20 years. All right. Historically, yes, on a long enough timeline, if we include the late 1970s, 8% sounds great versus 22%, but it doesn't sound great versus my 2.5%.
Correct.
And it's certainly even on an investment property, I have a 3% 30-year fixed. Okay, and you're telling me it's 8% is what it's going to be, or you want to do a home equity loan and you're going to pay 6%?
Yeah,
come on,
it's ridiculous.
And then you see what's happening on the college campuses and mostly Ivy League schools, and Michelle brings up the fact that these people are Ivy educated but won't allow their kids to go to Ivy League schools. Right, because they don't want them programmed to be mindless fools that are protesting in favor of Hamas. Why would you want your kid to go be exposed to that?
When I read through that entire post, she has a point about how you have extremist views and says it's funny how the extremists or just wrong beliefs can leak out, even when you least expect them, from people you least expect. But they are out there. Baby girl, you're the extremist view.
Mm-hmm.
These are the people that are speaking logically about what is going on in this world and the reason why they won't send their kids here or why they're going to make financial choices that are different from yours. And you do not consider your views extreme. Yet, you are the extremist in the room. You are. Every single one of those people that's on the street as a street communist, they don't consider themselves the extremists. It's the regular people that do.
Right, and that's the continuation of what the Democrats continue to do. I mean, they continue to lie to you, and you continue to believe it, and you're saying the other side's the extremist. It's not people in red hats running around, breaking windows, lighting fires. Okay, you can go to one day, but we could go to many, many, many days and it hasn't stopped in 8 years. We continue to see the same thing. We know who the real extremist is. The other thing that we have to look at when the Democrats, they continue to have to convince you of something that is not true. The economy's great. And you're all sitting there going, no, I'm like struggling at home and I want the rich to pay their fair share because I can't afford anything. And they continue to tell you, oh, jobs have been created. Oh, inflation is down. And you know the truth, but you reiterate their own lies. And if they have to convince you everything's good, then obviously it's not.
Well, I think you'll get a kick out of this, Rhino and Tug. So when she continues the thread and people continue to ask her things on X, and they ask her, what's behind this? What causes this? And she had 2 words: religion, money.
Yeah.
Because religion is something that Michelle probably doesn't have in her life and certainly doesn't care for. I'm speculating there, but when you call out and say that the primary issues in which causes I guess in her word, a MAGA extremist, but what I would say those that are patriotic and dedicated to this country, especially let's govern it by the founding, she starts with religion.
Of course she does.
Well, because that's the biggest threat. That's why they try to attack religion. That's why they're against Jews and Christians when it comes to today's groups.
You're being polite by saying that she probably doesn't have a lot of faith in religion in her life. I'm not a gambling man. I'd bet everything I have on that one.
Right. Well, as somebody then pulled out an old tweet of hers where it was linked to faith and President Obama talking about his, and somebody's pointed out to her, faith is good when my side uses it.
That's right. These crazy, silly leftists. Goodness. Donald Trump is now advocating for his own imprisonment. We'll discuss it next. After a Neil Bortz report and a Fox News update on Xtra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3.
Not exactly a hard-hitting political commentary, but, maybe it is. On the road in the Bortz bus last Friday, ran over something in the road. It looked like a spike. It's about 7 inches long and easily a half an inch in diameter right into a tire. I immediately had a warning in the cockpit, we'll call it, managed to get to a safe place, and here comes a tire technician to patch it up so that I could get to my destination, where, by the way, I'm buying a new tire. While he was working, I talked with him a bit. He's making some pretty good coin, over $60,000 a year, more than any college graduate with a gender studies degree or history or English or black studies will ever make. And he has no student loan debt. I remember a conversation I had with Bernie Marcus, one of the founders of Home Depot. How many, I asked him, rank and file employees working the stock, working the shelves, the aisles, the cash registers, retired as millionaires because they invested in Home Depot stock as an employee? The answer, about 3,500. None of them with student loan debt. You don't have to go to college to be a success in this country. In fact, in many ways, it can actually slow you down and be a detriment. That tire technician and the knowledgeable product experts at Home Depot are worth far more to our society and to themselves and their families than anybody with a gender studies degree. And Lord help us, how long is it going to be before people graduate with transgender studies on their diploma? God help them. Choose a trade, folks. Go after it. Live well. Neil Bortz, Xtra 106.3.
Tax season can be stressful, but it's also a wake-up call. It's time to think beyond April and plan for your future. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we're not just advisors. We're your partners in building a secure retirement. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we understand the challenges Georgians face. That's why we offer personalized strategies to maximize your retirement income, minimize taxes, and ensure you never outlive your assets. Join the Master Plan family and let us guide you through every financial milestone. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your appointment today. Master Plan Retirement Consultants, where your journey and destination are both important. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home. Did you know that backyard play thing was once called the Jumpoline?
I did not know that.
That was until your mom bounced on one.
Yeah, I saw, yeah.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
Israel takes over a border crossing in Gaza. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. It's in Rafah where Israeli tanks rolled in. They killed 20 Hamas militants, uncovered 3 tunnels. Israel's warned Palestinian civilians to leave Rafah as Hamas says it's now ready for a ceasefire.
The statement took everyone by surprise and many remain confused. Hamas declaring it would accept a truce drawn up by Egyptian and Qatari negotiators. When the news broke, scenes of joy and relief in Gaza. Israel, though, says the offer far from meets its demands. One Israeli official telling Reuters it all looks like a ruse to make Israel seem like the side refusing a deal.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. In New York City, free Palestine! About 24 protesters arrested, blocked by police as they tried to disrupt a Met Gala.
At nearby Central Park, demonstrators burned an American flag in front of a memorial honoring World War I soldiers. They also vandalized the statue itself, plastering it with pro-Palestinian stickers and spray painting the word Gaza onto its base. And later at night, they took to another Central Park monument, this time of a Civil War general. The protesters spray painted that with red letters onto the bronze statue and draped the Palestinian flag over it.
Fox's Brooks Singman. Later this morning, President Biden may talk about the protests at the Holocaust Memorial Museum Days of Remembrance ceremony.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says President Biden will pay tribute and mourn the 6 million Jews murdered during the Holocaust and also discuss a moral duty to combat the rising scourge of anti-Semitism and make real the promise of never again.
Fox's Jared Halpern. More tornado devastation in Oklahoma.
There is a building flat out here. There is the backside missing off the back of this house.
Barnsdall, one of the towns hit hard north of Tulsa. At least one person killed. Boeing says it may try again Friday night to launch its first manned mission of the new Starliner space capsule. The issue last night in the scrubbed launch, a faulty valve. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Progressive presents 10 things on a food truck owner's to-do list that are harder than getting a commercial auto insurance quote. Stocking the fridge, prepping the stations, finding employees that get along well, finding employees that actually do their job. Looking at you, Gary. Balancing the books, balancing the flavors, having a fresh menu and fresh produce and fresh meat, but never a fresh mouth. But the easiest thing on a small business owner's to-do list? Seeing if you can save on commercial auto insurance. Get a quote in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions.
Support conservative conversation on the radio in Atlanta by emailing us at sales@xtra1063.com.
Elon Musk just got a interesting and maybe unexpected endorsement. Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Get the app so you can listen live and on demand, however it fits your schedule.
Is he running for office?
No, he is not. No, he's not running for office at all. He got an endorsement from Jack Dorsey.
Oh.
He is now calling Elon Musk's X, formerly known as Twitter.
Stream Clay Travis and Buck Sex.
You can do that too.
I mean, do
That's
that.
on the Extra 106.3 app, but completely
on
different.
Extra 106.3.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. But no, he says Elon Musk's X is freedom technology, and he just, I guess, resigned from the board of the social media network that he was on, called either Blue Sky or Blue Ski. I don't know how you pronounce it, because nobody went there, and that's the reason he's resigning. It's fledgling. It's falling apart. But an interesting endorsement. He calls Elon Musk's version of his company, Twitter, his platform that he started, calls it freedom technology. No different than you and I would call it a place for free speech, which is so encouraged and so important. And Elon Musk has taken so much backlash for allowing freedom of speech. Imagine that. The leftists don't like you to be able to speak. They only like their message to be able to get out there. And if they can limit you, they will. But to see Jack Dorsey come out and endorse Elon Musk's product, which was originally his product, is pretty bold. I think it's cool.
I mean, especially since he's flip-flopped on this issue so many times, and Jack Dorsey didn't know which way to go. But Jack Dorsey from the beginning thought Elon Musk would be the best thing to happen to Twitter, and then it was like, no, blah, blah, blah. After people got, he is so, like, he's a sailboat. He'll go with whichever way the wind is blowing.
He's a sailboat. I don't think I've ever heard that. That's good. My man's a sailboat. He goes whichever way the wind's blowing. That's
I think
cool.
It's rather interesting that, considering how much the left valued Twitter, how much that they were holding on to it so tightly, that even when the news got out that, hey, Elon Musk is going to purchase this thing and these are the changes he's going to make, every single time that I saw anybody comment on it, immediately the left would descend and do he's not going to buy it, he's not going to change it, he's not going to, and what did he turn it into? It's actually a free speech platform.
Yeah. Free speech is important in America. I don't know if you've noticed that before. I know the left doesn't like it. But, you know, there's a reason that very first amendment is freedom of speech. And it can be defended by the Second Amendment, the second most important, freedom to bear arms, the right to bear arms. Donald Trump is basically inviting the Judge Merchant, to put him in jail because he is not willing to give up his free speech on the doorsteps of the courthouse. As he shouldn't. And Los had brought this up a long time ago. Your freedom of speech doesn't end because you're in a court, you're in a court case. I mean, Rhino, we see this over and over again. Trump is like, I am willing. This is a hill I'm willing to die on.
I think that's a hill that he is taking for the American people, and at least that's the way it looks. We already know what this case is about in New York. It's a joke of a case, and every day it gets worse and worse for Donald Trump. But does it? Because he continues to gain in polls. People start to look and go, hold on, the government is weaponized against him. And yesterday, even after facing another, I guess, threat for jail, he got out in front of people and he spoke, and I thought it was the best part of every single violation of a gag order yet. This was the most powerful, I think, talking point that he could ever have.
Because this judge has given me a gag order and said you'll go to jail if you violate it. And frankly, you know what? Our Constitution is much more important than jail. It's not even close. I'll do that sacrifice any day.
That's the best part. I'll do that sacrifice any day. Carlos, I mean, that was literally set up perfectly for him, was it not?
He's asking for it at this point. Early on, and this is over the last couple of weeks, he's gone out and he's done this amount of time, basically about 5 to 10 minutes outside the courtroom, then walks in, eventually pays the fine that he's been hit with, and here's what's going to go on. Now he's basically said, let's bring this to a head faster. You going to lock me up or not?
Yeah, it's almost like a line in the sand. Are you going to have the courage of your convictions? Will you do what you're threatening to do? Will you do what you're saying you are going to do? Will you do the things that you're fining me
while violating my rights?
While violating my rights the entire time.
What does the picture look like to the American people when they grab this man, put him in handcuffs, and walk him into jail? Because you know that the left is going to celebrate it, so it'll be on MSNBC. It'll be on CNN. What it would look like to me is a very, very weaponized government.
Well, the smart left. The intelligentsia on the left that understands that we're now into chess. We're not playing checkers. They're the ones that are going to panic. They're the ones that are going to go, oh, my God, you're creating this viral moment. You're creating this moment in time that's going to propel this person right into the White House. They'll see it for what it is.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. You'll have the Sonny Hoskins in The View. They'll be cackling about how happy they are. They finally got him. Look, we finally got Trump.
Oh, yeah.
They won't see the forest through the trees. It'll be the other people that understand the Game of Thrones sort of people. They'll be like, uh-oh, we just made a bad mistake here.
It takes a while for it to set in, just like it did with the mugshot.
Sure.
I mean, honestly, right? I mean, those people were celebrating. They're like, look, just like Lo said, look, we finally got him. And then they go, oh, wait. It wasn't for like 4 or 5 days, though.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. This has put him at martyr status. I mean, this is, and if you put him in jail,
backfired.
Good Lord. Clear the White House out now if you put him in jail.
They think everybody's going to erupt in protest and that all these people with red hats are going to storm the castle. And it's just not happening. I mean, they've tried so many times to get and to bait people into violence. The only groups we see into violence, which I find very funny, because when they get arrested, it's a badge of honor. But if Donald Trump gets arrested, they're like, oh my God, he went to jail. He went to jail. He's such a criminal.
Yeah.
You people are getting locked up hundreds, 300 at a time because you continually break the law, and you celebrate that, and you don't see that if you put this man in jail, it just proves the weaponization of the government. It proves the way that they are attacking a political opponent over a ridiculous case that has no merit. Oh, boy, you guys
how do you miss it, though? How do you miss it?
I don't know. I really don't understand how they miss this.
It's fervor. It's emotion.
Yeah, right.
Because when you're emotional,
right.
you immediately cancel out logic. That's why I always say, don't get emotional. You'll cancel out your own logic. That's what happens. You no longer listen to reason, and you stand on what your core, whether it's a belief or what it's your indoctrination, whatever it is, you go back to it because that's all you have at that point. So when you see these people get so incredibly upset, and you wonder, how are they not seeing this? How are they not seeing it logically? Yeah. It's because they're emotional.
And then you have what's happening in Rafah, which I am in favor of. Joe Biden came down on Benjamin Netanyahu, said, do not do this. Do not do this. And for once, not even for, what am I saying for once? And like most times, nobody's listening to Joe Biden, and I'm glad that Benjamin Netanyahu did not listen to Joe Biden in this instance too, because the world needs shed of Hamas. They need to go. They need to be destroyed. There's no place for their type of hatred on the face of the earth. You would think people on the left would recognize that, except no, they embrace it.
Oh, they love it. They love the killing of Jews. That's what they love. They want the Jews to be attacked by every side. That's what it looks like to me from the outside. Because all I've seen on the other side is the Jews continue to send aid over there, and they're making sure that they're getting aid. But people won't talk about that. People don't talk about Hamas kidnapping the aid packages and not giving it to the people. They don't talk about Israel dropping pamphlets for the last 3.5 weeks saying get out, which, by the way, yesterday, and we haven't talked much about it, but we're going to talk about it now. Yesterday, we went ahead, Israel, and they went ahead and they got control of the southern entrance to Rafah. That's a very important step. 20 militants were killed. They were not citizens. Because why? Because Israel gave enough warning for people to get to areas where they would be safe. These are the kind of things the media won't push out there. And you know what? I agree with you. I heard you say it yesterday, and I was like, Tug's darn right. The best thing that could happen is that we get rid of Hamas and the entire world is safe, and that's the biggest threat to the entire world, not just our country, not just Israel, to everybody.
We had the guy from UAE, the man that was in the UAE government, United Arab Emirates, which are basically right now telling the U.S. that y'all have got to get out. And that's another ally that we've had that's been strong in the Middle East, and they're worried about what's going to happen to them because of the U.S. support of Israel there against Hamas. But he said, remember, in about 10 or 15 years, and this was 7 years when he said it, 7 years ago when he said it, there will be more natural-born terrorists coming out of the Europe than there will out of the Middle East. Here's the sound, just to back it up.
There will come a day that we will see far more radical extremists and terrorists coming out of Europe because of lack of decision making, trying to be politically correct, or assuming that they know the Middle East and they know Islam and they know the others far better than we do. And I'm sorry, but that's pure ignorance.
It's foolishness, and you're seeing it now in the United States. You think there's a contingent of people in Michigan that despise America? Because I would be willing to bet there's plenty of people there that despise this country and have that same fervor that he is talking about. There's red flags right now all over Europe. The U.S. State Department is telling people from the United States, if you travel to Europe, be on alert. They expect a terrorist attack across the continent. Across the continent. At any point, any day now. It is coming, not if, when. They're telling Americans, be safe over there. You got the Islamic radicals that, I mean, there's millions and millions. 5 million in Germany, 5 million in France, 1 million in Italy, 1 million in Spain, I think are the correct numbers. And all of them despise the West. And it is going to happen here because our southern border is wide open, and the same policies apply in the United States that have applied in Europe for the last 20 years.
Tug, it's already happening. I mean, whether we say, look, right now in the corner of the screen, it's not people supporting the Jews out there rioting and throwing things. It's people who support terrorism. Who do you think's behind all of this? Who do you think's behind? They have themselves here. These kids have no idea what it was like on 9/11. They have no idea what it was like to sit here and be afraid. And what they're doing here is just they're welcoming and they're spreading the propaganda so that when these cells attack, they'll feel righteous about it because even the kids want this to happen. That's the way that these sick terrorists think. It's no doubt that this is going to happen. It's no doubt that the Biden administration is responsible for it. And it's no doubt that they're going to act like, well, we didn't see this coming and then lie to us then. We all see it coming. We're all right. And your own FBI director is continuing to tell everybody that.
That's just a CYA, Los. Though the FBI director saying, hey, there's an attack coming, that is nothing more than a CYA. So later when it does happen, they can say, well, we tried to tell you.
No, it's our fault anyway. I mean, this is...
No, of course it is. But that's their CYA, I promise you.
But this is the part of what happens over a generation where we want to celebrate multiculturalism, and we start off in the right foot of, we need to celebrate the differences in all these people. Yet we never ask you to let go of your own culture. We never ask you when we bring you into Germany, bring you in the United States, bring you into France, and say, now you have to assimilate into our culture. Bring your cultural values, bring your beliefs, bring your religion, but understand this is our way of life, and if you're going to be here, this is how we do it. For some reason, that became such a faux pas in order to ask people to let go of what initially chased them out of their own country and brought them into one of ours, that we've destroyed Western society from within with this multiculturalism.
Yeah, I love what Japan does. I have no problem with what Japan's doing right now and what they continue to do. You know who I want to blame? I'll blame Mike Johnson right now. I'll blame establishment Republicans before I'll blame Joe Biden. You know why? Because they know that this is the plan of Joe Biden. They know that they are misguided in opening up the borders because they think, oh, we're only bringing voters over to replace groups. They don't realize that. Of course, they realize who else is coming through. That's just collateral damage for them, and it just kind of helps with the youth movement. But the reality is Mike Johnson has given up to every single Democrat wish list and said, yeah, you guys want to continue to spend? Yeah, you want to, here, this is what we'll do for you. We'll vote. And I know we want HR too, but we're going to let that fail. We're going to leave our border open. We're not going to fight for it. We're not going to fight for what our job is actually to do, which is keep the sovereignty of this country and keep the American people safe. Nah, I'm going to play politics because my job is too important. This position's too important, and I'm not going to do what the people have put me here for. So I blame establishment Republicans more than anyone else.
And then when you talk about Japan, because you had Joe Biden saying, why is China's economy stalling so bad? Why is Japan having trouble? Why is Russia? Why is India? Because they're xenophobic. What? And the Japanese have responded to that like, what is this dude talking about? Yeah, we're aware the U.S. government has clarified that Biden's comment was out of context. And so, but the Japanese are looking at Joe Biden going, what? This dude, his border is wide open. They're vetting no one. They have no idea who's coming across the borders. They have no way to protect themselves. and they're calling us out. We're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
We're protecting our country.
You would think. Yeah, I mean, that's the best thing that we could possibly do. And they're absolutely 100% right. And Japan is 100% right. And every other country that's looking at it. The two idiot countries are, obviously Britain. They don't care. They're starting to change their ways, though, because they realize the attacks that are happening, Carlos. When are we going to change our way? We're not, because we have establishment Republicans who have all the power to stop all of it. And they continue to allow it to happen. So once again, if you want to blame anyone, blame the establishment Republicans for what will happen when these extremists decide that they are going to attack.
The left uses words in order to create solutions. For instance, we talked about yesterday, if they're tired of getting their butt kicked, they scream genocide. Okay? Like, that's what happens. Oh, I got to get my butt kicked. Call it genocide. Maybe he'll call you off. When you have xenophobic or xenophobe, the entire reason is you happen to value your culture more so than other people. And so if I was to move to Japan, not that I ever would, but it's not going to be Los American in Japan. It's going to be Los American who's living a Japanese lifestyle. Because that's what happens. Yeah. That's what they call for within their culture. So the idea that if we bring other people here legally, by the way, and ask them to adopt to the American lifestyle and assimilate to it, that's not xenophobic.
The Japanese government, they said, we're not xenophobic. We're being cautious after seeing your failures. You're meddling too much in our internal affairs. That's exactly right, man. Good for them, because I would have said the same thing.
You know what? Carlos really brought this to my attention a long time ago, and it's never really left, because I've always kind of felt it in the back of my, and I know that, you hate hearing this, but we're the bad guys, and you've gotten adjusted to it at this point, because it just continues to show that the rest of the world looks at us and goes, you interfere with everyone else's governments. You interfere with everybody else. Your CIA has caused coup after coup after coup, and all the money somehow funnels back to you in your pockets. Yep, we're the bad guys.
I don't hate being the bad guy. I don't hate being the bad guy. I want to be well respected, and I want to be well prepared.
Sure.
So we can be the bad guy, and that's okay to wear that label as long as you're able to do what you need to do, and we're not able to do that. We don't have the strength and the ability to do any of those things. We look weak on the international stage, completely weak.
What's frustrating is that we haven't always been the bad guy.
No,
We've
that's
had
right.
long stretches of our time, and we'll get into it in the next segment. There's been times where that is not the case. It's just our politics.
That's right.
Has caused us to go down roads where the only outcome is, all right, what is the worst thing we can do in our own interest, and that's typically what's going to happen.
Yeah, which makes no sense whatsoever. Oh, my goodness. 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning. One of the few second-generation, locally owned HVAC companies in Atlanta. With Central, you're not just a number, you're a member of the family. When we continue, when America gets in trouble, it's always young men who save the day. Next, on the Morning Xtra, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
These are all professional protesters or wannabes who are just swept up in the social media, cell phone, let's all meet today, and then start screaming and yelling stuff. They have no idea what the actual causes are, but they're swept up in this thing. I still can't understand it. I don't know where they all came from. They can't really, truly believe what they're screaming and yelling.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Everybody wants to feel like they're getting a good deal. That's why EMC Security customers love their monthly rate from just $16.95. In fact, for such a low price, you'd think you'd have to sacrifice service or quality. Not with EMC Security. You get it all. Low price, A+ Better Business Bureau rated service, lightning fast response, and flexible purchasing options, including their popular no contract option. Visit emcsecurity.com or call 770-963-0305 today to learn how you can get a free security camera with new activation.
From now until Mother's Day, Solomon Brothers Jewelers is offering an exclusive deal. Receive a complimentary Big Green Egg Grill with any qualifying jewelry purchase. It's the perfect opportunity to fulfill Mom's wish list with the stunning pieces like a diamond tennis bracelet, diamond stud earrings, or a timeless eternity band, all crafted to last a lifetime. Plus, while you're treating Mom, why not treat yourself too? Take home a Big Green Egg Grill courtesy of Georgia Spa Company. But wait, this deal isn't just for Mom. Whether you're celebrating celebrating a birthday, welcoming a new addition to your family, or simply want to show someone special how much you love them, this offer is for you too. Our incredible showrooms guarantee that you'll find the perfect gift for your mom or loved one at just the right price. So visit us anytime now until Mother's Day at any of our 3 locations in Buckhead, Alpharetta, or Peachtree City and find the perfect gift for any occasion with the extra gift for yourself of a free Big Green Egg Grill. Online at SolomonBrothers.com or on Instagram at Solomon Brothers.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
It's officially May in the A, and the Atlanta Braves have an exciting month of 5 great matchups and 4 free giveaways. Like on May 15th when the Cubs are in town. The first 15,000 fans will receive a Michael Harris II chain giveaway presented by Coca-Cola. Then the Padres come to town the 17th through the 20th, and fans can also enjoy the incredible pre- and post-game entertainment in the Battery Atlanta. Visit Braves.com/promos for more details on all of the fun this month. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
Introducing Sonder Health Plans, your trusted local partner for Medicare Advantage in Georgia. Only in Georgia. With Sonder, you'll get comprehensive coverage that's tailored to your needs. They offer $0 primary care visits, $0 premiums, and access to a wide network of Georgia healthcare providers. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com now to learn more about their value-based care that won't break the bank. Or call 888-428-4440. Sonder Health Plans, your doctors, your neighbors, your friends.
Tax season can be stressful, but it's also a wake-up call. It's time to think beyond April and plan for your future. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we're not just advisors, we're your partners in building a secure retirement. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we understand the challenges Georgians face. That's why we offer personalized strategies to maximize your retirement income, minimize taxes, and ensure you never outlive your assets. Join the Master Plan family and let us guide you through every financial milestone. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your appointment today. Master Plan Retirement Consultants, where your journey and destination are both important. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
No traffic, no big deal. It's the Morning Extra on 106.3.
And the app is the best way to listen to the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Tug, Rhino, and Los. Get that wherever you download your apps. Search for XTRA 106.3 FM Atlanta. And then listen at your convenience whenever. Hey, this band, as a matter of fact, is Hart, right? No, who is it?
Jefferson Starship.
Starship.
Yeah, Jefferson Starship.
Say, Hart's playing, I think, Friday night down at State Farm Arena. That would be a good show. Hart and Cheap Trick.
Oh, yeah.
I thought about going. That'd be one that I would like to go to, but I'm probably not going to. And then Aldine up in Rome, and I was thinking about going to that one, and I think I'm just like, man, that's a long haul.
Wow, Jefferson Starship's still out there playing, too, huh?
We had the singer on Mickey, what is his name? Mickey, it'll come to me. On
Mouse.
the Braves
no. Mickey Thomas.
Mickey Thomas. We had him on the Braves Country podcast talking about
I just looked that up. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's a good one, though.
I found it.
They are touring. You're exactly right. And actually really sound good, which is, it seems like being that old and so many different players in that band kind of coming and going.
They went
still
all
sound
different ways, didn't
Oh
they?
my
Like,
gosh,
I mean,
yeah.
because they had Grace Slick for a while. It was just like I can't even remember who was who. Yorma, who started Hot Tuna, and then Grace Slick went over there. Like Paul Kantner, I remember was part of Hot Tuna. Like it just went back and forth all the time.
And
like,
then the many, iterations, if you will, of Starship. It was,
That's so crazy.
Jefferson Starship, and then it was just Starship.
Yeah.
And they, they had the stuff in the late 60s, early 70s, and then Starship was big in the 80s with like the Mannequin soundtrack. That was
huge.
Yeah. And then they had We Built This City on Rock and Roll, that was in the Muppets movie. That's how my son knows it. He was like, "That's that song from the Muppets movie."
That's so funny.
How you know songs that are 30 years old, 40 years old.
Yeah,
whatever.
I'm starting to look like through their history because it's changed so many times, and they all kind of like jumped off, came up. Yeah,
come back around, cycle back in.
It is so weird, but yeah, I got to. I had to do like shows back when I started in radio in high school. Like I was an intern for Bill Graham Presents, who famously, obviously, did all the Grateful Dead shows and a lot of those, and they did a lot of the Jefferson Airplane / Starship and Hot Tuna was formed with Peter. I never pronounce their names right, Kakunen, but his brother Yorma, who was also a part of the band, and all them. They started that, and they put me on the road with them and Grace Slick and all them for like the metro area, and I was like, these people are just burnt out, man. But they are so talented.
Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. Before we get to the story of how young men always come to the rescue, I want to tell you about 100-year-old veteran in Maryland who got his college diploma. He was a former pilot. His name is Jack Milton. He served in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. The school surprised him. Maryland surprised him with the diploma for his birthday last week.
On my way to Southeast Asia, I had many thoughts about missing the ceremony and not being there to see my fellow graduates.
I hereby confer upon John L. Milton the degree of Bachelor of Arts with all of the rights and privileges thereto appertaining. Congratulations.
Well, I've had many ceremonies, but this has to be the top.
See, that's so cool.
Man.
And this goes right along with our discussion, Los, is the fact that this guy left as a young man, left college to go fight in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam, and then came back and got everything done for himself. But it's young men. It's always been young men and always will be young men that come to the rescue.
Last 48 hours, last 72 hours, as we've seen these fraternities on different campuses, predominantly Southeastern Conference, ACC, we get to a handful of other ones around the country. They're the ones that are stepping out as the patriotic young Americans. We've talked about the difference that we've seen, even at the high school age, between how girls are starting to lean one way and how young men are leaning another way. And what it really speaks to, in my mind, is that any single time this country has gotten into trouble, extreme trouble, like destroy the country sort of trouble, it's young men over the course of its history that are ones that step up and fix things. Now, it doesn't matter if it's World War I, World War II, your time after 9/11. Tug, you were in this boat as well, not to basically make it a boat joke. But these were the young men in this country that said enough and let's go take care of it. And that's the benefit that as of now the boomers basically get. The boomers can look at it and say, we've messed this thing up. It's the 18 to 26-year-old men that are basically stepping forward and saying, we'll fix it, and we'll have to, if we have to counter protest or if we have to cause issues, that's what we'll do, but we're going to fix this mentality.
I just love the fact that they have the courage to do it. You know what I mean? Whether it is, like we heard from Jack Milton, leaving college, even though he graduated, missing the ceremony, leaving to go to Southeast Asia, and fighting in World War II, fighting in Korea, fighting in Vietnam. And none of that has ever changed through the history of the United States, maybe through the history of the world, but most importantly, the history of the United States. It was young men who declared our independence from Britain. It was young men that wrote the Declaration of Independence. It was young men who wrote the Constitution. It was young men who defended it. Francis Scott Key, a young man, wrote the Star-Spangled Banner as he watched young men defend the flag as it flew. And those people were being barraged by the British Navy. If you go back and read the history and the story of the Star-Spangled Banner, it's always been young men. That's just a couple of examples. I mean, if you look, does that mean that women don't help? No, of course not.
No, they would have.
Yeah, they would have absolutely.
You know what? During World War II, they did.
But predominantly, it's been men throughout history.
Yeah, men are going to put their lives on the line, but women, they went in and they said, whatever we need to do. If we need to make ammunition, if we need to make, any kind of uniforms, we'll do our part. Rosie the Riveter, there's a reason for that. You never see that today. My grandfather, one of the things, like, he wanted to go and fight for his country so bad that he was blind in one eye and lied about it and passed every test just to go into World War II. He was a young man at that time, and they will continue to save us. And we're seeing it every single day. It's going to be different today than it was then, but who knows what this administration is going to do leading us into World War III. We might have to depend on our sons again. And that's a scary part, our sons and our daughters, because right now, with the way the military and everything has become political, we're not ready for that. But if there is one group that can step up and save us, we're starting to see that movement now.
Well, the fight's different. The fight is an ideological fight, and that is for the soul of this country. When you take a look at just, for instance, what the Biden administration does, they will try and garner the support from certain influencers. The Henry Sissons of the world, these other jokers, where they pay him $1,000 to tweet out something or to put something on Instagram of their support for Joe Biden. They're paying for it. Yet the rest of the young men look at that and go, yeah, no, I see what that's all about. But it's an ideological fight. It's, who can get their claws into younger people and the mainstream of these people faster. And I think that's where this fight is going to be fought by young men, to show other people out there that being patriotic, being strong, being independent, those are not bad things. Those are strengths that we have in this country.
I see the messages that get sent to my own kid. He'll be like, hey, Dad, what do you think of this? Mm-hmm. And I'll tell him, and he was like, that's exactly what I thought. And it's funny that being a young man, 19, he'll be 20 this summer, to be a young man and to possess that wisdom that sometimes you don't realize is there, and sometimes you may not even give credit for it. But for him and most of his buds, with the exception of one that I talked about yesterday, they all look at it the same way. Like the United States has given them the opportunity to do the things that they want to do with their lives, and they've been so protected, frankly. Protected to be able to live their life and play ball and get an education. And now when they see people denigrating this country and taking the side of evil, Hamas is evil, and you have people on college campuses taking their side, those young men and that wisdom that they have and that bravery that they have, being able to recognize it at such a young and tender age is so encouraging. I don't want to send my son off to war by any means. Oh my God, that's the last thing. If I could prevent it, I will do anything I can to prevent that. However, if he were to have to, I know he would do it. I know he would. And he has no interest in joining the military. None of his buddies have interest in joining the military. But I guarantee you, when you talk about Jack Milton that got his degree, he probably didn't want to go off to World War II. He probably didn't want to go off to Korea. He probably didn't want to go off to Vietnam. Yet, he saw the need and he filled it.
Yeah, we're at a different time now, and I'd be afraid for what would happen, because today, with what the military did, I can't imagine any former military person who has a son or daughter their age, like you, would want to send their child there or feel safe sending their child to a military that's run by a bunch of people in uniforms that have never or shouldn't ever be in charge of our military. That's the scary part to me. And this started, look, Vietnam was a completely different thing, but we understood where the hippies were, because they just didn't want war. But they never sat and supported the communists in this.
Except for Jane Fonda.
Yeah, except for Jane Fonda. But today, you sit here and you watch as our streets are full with these, these terrorist sympathizers. It's just disgusting what we've become. And because of that, I would never want my child to come home to that after fighting for our country anymore. And it's really sad, because when I was growing up, my father, he was the same way. He came back from Vietnam, and it ruined his experience when the American people treated him the way that they did, because you think he wanted to go into that battle? No, but he did it because he loved this country so much that he wanted to make sure that he protected this country. So when it was my turn, when I wanted to go, he sat me down and he told me he didn't want me to do this anymore. He didn't want me. He wanted me to get out. And it was like, whoa, like Grandpa, he like I said, he went in there, he only had one eye and he pretended that he didn't so he could fight for this country. The whole thing has changed now, and I never feel safe anymore.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. It is young men that will save America,
sir,
as Los has so aptly pointed out. And if you don't believe it, look back in history. You don't think that we're in a cycle? Everything happens in a cycle, and it continues to happen that way. Think about, just flashback to, late 70s, high interest rates, unpopular Democrat president. What does that lead way to? Ronald Reagan. Could that be happening again? I hope, if we're following the cycle, that is what we got to expect, and that's what we got to look forward to. This is Extra 106.3. The 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning. If you need a new Carrier system, work with Atlanta's Carrier experts, Central Heating and Air Conditioning, or if you need a maintenance agreement, you can do that as well. All you have to do is reach out to them. 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Tuesday, May 7th. 15-year-old Mia DeGuez went into cardiac arrest and died while attending classes at Dunwoody High School. Palmala DeGuez said her sister wanted to join the military and had a great sense of humor. The school's principal, Tom Bass, sent out a letter to parents and students offering grief counseling and explained that the school was on lockdown to limit movement within the building. An official cause of death has not been determined. A police officer with the Chamblee Dunwoody Police Department was arrested at his home yesterday on 2 counts of disturbing child sexual abuse material, according to officials with the GBI. 48-year-old Roy Collar has been an officer with the Chamblee Police Department for 10 years and was taken into custody by Paulding Sheriff's deputies and state agents after they executed a search warrant of his home. Collar has been relieved of his duties without pay. The investigation remains active. And in sports, the Braves back in action tonight when they welcome in the Boston Red Sox for a 2-game series at Truist Park. The Braves will send Reynaldo Lopez to the mound tonight. The Braves have lost 5 of their last 6 games and now sit in second place in the NL East. It's all over. First pitch is scheduled for 7:20 tonight. You can catch all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
Why leaders who value the law are so important in critical times, just like the ones that we're living through right now. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. That's to discuss. That's our next discussion. If I can speak, all of a sudden I can't. That's our next discussion here on Extra 106.3. Get the app so you can listen live and on demand.
Atlanta radio legends collide on Extra 106.3. The legend Neil Bortz is live every week with Atlanta legend The Kimmer. Because when you get these two guys together, who knows where we'll end up?
I am shocked. Well, not that shocked.
The Kimmer is live on your drive home every weekday afternoon from 3 to 6. And now Neil Bortz joins the show every week. And if you miss it, catch up anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Good morning, Atlanta. It's Los. Let's talk about steel power equipment. And where do you get your steel equipment? Of course, you head over to your local Howard Brothers. You've been doing it for years. You just got to keep doing it. When the going gets dirty, get a Steel, okay? You already trust Steel for their weed trimmers, their chainsaws, their leaf blowers as well. Now you can trust them for your pressure washing needs too, and you can get your Steel pressure power washer from Howard Brothers. Howard Brothers has the right Steel pressure washer that you need for the heavy-duty cleaning around the house, the driveways, the decks, the more. And let's face it, now that we're getting all this pollen out of our way, it's time to use your pressure washer. All right, let's get rid of this sort of stuff. Let's move on to when we get into the best part of spring and to summer. And that Steel power equipment, they deliver performance to get the toughest cleaning jobs done. Steel power equipment, they're available at Howard Brothers locations in Alpharetta, Athens, Dorville, Duluth, Lula, and Oakwood. The grass is always greener, and the project is always cleaner. When you take care of it with Steel power equipment and with Howard Brothers.
Well, Stephen, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we can't offer you the position.
Why?
Well, we ran your background check and there were several red flags.
Like what?
You were arrested 7 times for reckless driving.
So?
So you're applying for the school's bus driver position.
If you're in charge of hiring for your company, you know how helpful a background screening can be. That's why companies that use Horizon background screening make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com. Horizonscreening.com.
Insurance companies know that you don't know a lot about the law. So maybe it would be better just to let your lawyer make the call to the insurance company when there's a problem. David Van Sant should be that lawyer. He used to work for the insurance company. He knows who to call, what to say, and he has your best interest at heart. Plus, if you don't get paid, either does he. Van Sant Law, 855-GA-INJURY or vansantlaw.com.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
You shouldn't need a degree in finance to choose a checking account. That's why we made Truist One Checking. No trade-offs, no compromise, no hassle. Just the stuff you want from a bank that cares. And that means no overdraft fees, lots of practical perks, and automatic upgrades. Truist One Checking. One simple choice. Visit truist.com/one. Truist.com/ONE. Truist Bank, member FDIC.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now, I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPSETC.com.
Get ready for unfiltered conversations on The Janelle King Show, where we tackle the topics that you won't hear at your family gatherings, but they're absolutely crucial for a strong republic. Don't miss us live every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Xtra 106.3. But if you can't tune in, that's okay. You can catch new episodes every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you prefer to get your podcasts. Join us for these discussions, and I can't wait to meet you there.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Xtra 106.3 with daily commentary you'll hear throughout the day. And he's on live with a Morning Extra every Tuesday morning at 7:30. Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3. And catch all of Neil's commentary on the Xtra app.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Xtra 106.3. I cannot wait for May 16th. It is going to be such a fun morning. We're going to have like this line of cars picking up free Chick-fil-A biscuits at Rustic's Manor.
Can I drive through that like 3 times?
I don't think we got to drive. I think it's us handing them out. So I think we're going to have the bag.
Oh.
Dude, we're going to.
So like one for you, one for me. One for you, one for me.
Or Bugs Bunny style. One for you, one for me. 2 for you, 1, 2 for me. You know what I mean? Bugs Bunny style.
Yes, I love this idea.
That's right. So I don't know how many biscuits we'll actually have for
Carlos,
actual
you don't
listeners.
eat meat? That's mine too.
I get to have yours. Okay.
This is a good day, man. Goodness gracious. It's going to be so amazing. But I look forward to this event. It's going to be a big time. It's going to be so much fun. Steve and his team have put on so many different events like this, just backing the community, backing our blue, and he loves America. And this all benefits the folks from Cherokee County, the police foundations there in Cherokee County, and of course, our fallen officers.
There's so many great events. Like the fishing tournament's going to be fun, the hot air balloon. And I don't know if you know this, Tug. Carlos has actually been practicing axe throwing and is going to cut an apple in half by throwing it right over Joe's head.
Well, look at that.
Joe's going to put the apple on his head. Yep. He's been practicing, and he's only hit the stuffed Joe 16 times out of 20.
No,
he's getting better.
It's like 100 times and 15 misfires.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, that's right.
Yeah, so Joe, you got nothing to worry about. That's going to be awesome. And you throw in barbecue. You
for the
throw
show.
in clogging. Man, I grew up. My sister clogged.
Are you
when
good
I
at
was a
clog?
kid. I don't know how. I did. My mama did clogging lessons. My sister, my aunts, my cousins. A bunch of them, they did clogging lessons, man. They know how to do it.
Erin's a clogger.
Is she?
Yeah, she knows how to clog. And like every once in a while, she'll just hear some kind of music and out
just
of nowhere,
go.
she just starts down the deck, down everywhere. I'm like, she was going to go, and I'm going to try to get her to like clog with them.
I remember sitting at Dalton Parks and Recreation Department watching my mama, my aunt, my sister, and my cousin Brittany doing clogging lessons. And I would sit back because the only thing I had to do was just listen to the music. You know?
Did your feet move a little bit, though? Did
Well,
you, like,
yeah, for
kinda
sure.
get
I'd
into
tap
it?
my toe or
Yeah,
something,
yeah.
but I just have no rhythm. I got the whitest guy rhythm in the world. It's like Elmer's Glue so bad.
Maybe we could convince them to teach you up on stage.
That'd be terrible. That would be
For who? Not for us.
It'd be an eyesore, is what that would be. Especially with
fun
people.
fun for us.
Yeah, but how long would it be fun? You know, I mean, that's the thing. Like,
Look at him clog. Look at him clog.
Or look at him, you know, not getting it all, not picking up on anything. I mean, it seems like it would get boring.
I think it'd be
quick.
fun, especially in your new sleep token outfits.
That's right, with my sleep token mask. In case
Yeah.
you don't know what sleep token is, we're still unsure if they're a Christian metal band or a devil worshiping metal band. We're unsure.
No. They offer a token, and everything that they have is. It's vaguely religious.
Okay.
Everything that they have is vaguely religious.
Okay, well,
it
but
seems like a
Satanism
Christian
is
band.
religious.
No, but I'm saying like everything is wrapped up in a certain amount of Christianity, but it looks very aggressive.
Like Take Me Back to Eden is one of their songs.
Yeah.
So I don't. I mean, I'm not smart enough to read all their lyrics. I don't know what they're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go in there and pull them up, but I mean, I've never seen a Christian band wear like these crazy, like odd Halloween style masks on stage. I'm just not sure of the reason.
They're
for
probably
it
hiding their identity so the Biden administration doesn't come after them because they're a
Could be that.
religious music
Okay.
group, maybe.
Okay.
It points out like whenever they do their tours. So
Is
for
this sleep
instance,
token?
yesterday,
Hang on, let Los finish your thought, and then we'll bring up some sleep token for you. What is it, Los?
here's how they end up writing everything. Tonight, Tampa shall gather in worship following a special pop-up merchandise event at the Noise Box from 12. Everything is about them getting together to worship.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Are you worshiping
Worship
the
who?
Lord? Are you worshiping Jesus? Or are you worshiping the devil? That's the key for
Let's
me.
listen.
That's the ingredient. I don't hate this. Okay. A taste of the divine. All right. Well,
You know what?
Maybe. I
Flesh
just
and bone.
Yeah,
Okay, look.
I'm gonna go look up the lyrics and
It's
read
not
it.
quite what I expected based
Me
on.
either.
Look,
I thought
I'll be honest. I judge those people out there. I thought that'd be a lot heavier, and I wouldn't be able to understand them.
I thought it was gonna be like
No, it's not. I'm telling you, this is like indie pop along with obviously
With
aggressive
mask.
sounding rock. Yeah,
Man. With masks.
with
That's
masks
the-
on.
That's the thing that I guess threw me in the.
I mean, I'm ready to get some
Come
eyeliner
on,
and head down
Kiss
there.
was wearing makeup. Okay,
Yeah. You're right. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It wasn't what I expected. I guess.
But they were in service of Satan, right?
Yeah, it's at Knights in Satan's Stand, I believe. That's what
Oh,
they told
yeah,
me at
there we
church
go.
it meant.
Yes.
When we would do
Oh,
do
that
y'all
makes
remember
sense.
backward basking? Do y'all remember what that is?
Yes. Yeah, I love that.
Man, our church they were on it. And Joe has no idea. Board Up Joe has no idea what it's talking about. But basically
Well,
it
he's
was
12.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
But if you listen to the album backwards,
Yeah.
it would preach a different message, and they would come up with.
Did
like,
you guys do that at church? Like as part of the class?
Oh yeah.
What did you hear?
It's fun to smoke marijuana with another one bites the dust. And I'm trying to remember. That's the one that stands out the most. But there was.
Wait, is that true? Like if you play it backwards? No.
I remember hearing it as a kid. I was like, wow, okay, you can kind of hear that. Now I was told
But
what it was going to say. So yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah.
And
I'm
you're
not
like, you
sure
heard
if
it, right? You heard it.
I'm not
like a
sure
little
if it's
programming
legitimate.
there.
I'm not sure if it's legitimate, but
Like, Mama, I'll never listen to kids.
I'm never listening to that. And
Knights in what?
Knights in Satan's Stand. That's what I was told. And then AC/DC was After Christ, Devil's Child, or something.
Oh yeah, well that's. I mean, we know that,
of course. So that's the thing. I never knew, whether any of that was true or nonsensical. I don't.
Were you young enough for like Marilyn Manson, like church
Oh no,
talk?
I was intimidated by Marilyn Manson.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah,
I can imagine that, man.
Yeah, goodness.
Church would have been like,
you
Marilyn
didn't have to play it backwards. I mean, it was just outright Satanism.
That man removed his rib or something.
Yeah, that's what they said. I don't know.
All the silliness.
Yeah.
It was always a giant act.
Yeah.
And it was just a matter of like, did you buy into the act or not?
Yeah, that's right. That's the thing, though.
I did.
I had no idea.
buy into it.
I didn't know what
It's
to
more
expect.
fun too.
I didn't know what to think of Marilyn Manson. I thought their cover of Sweet Dreams was good. The Eurythmic song. I thought the cover was actually
a great
pretty
cover.
good.
Yeah.
And The Beautiful People was a huge hit. Now,
Beautiful people, the beautiful people.
it was there and gone. It didn't. It's not in my rotation anymore. But when it was.
Man, I'm so psyched for the Sleep Token now. We can go down there, throw some mascara on.
We could listen on our Apple
let's
streaming.
go.
We can go listen on Apple streaming and listen to some Sleep Token, and we'll come back and report tomorrow.
Well, clearly they have a following of people willing to show up at 5:30 in the morning for like a 8 o'clock show.
People are crazy,
I bet the doors are at 6:30, and they were here at 5:15. They were already getting out of the car when I pulled up.
They got a following
at about 10 after 5. So, I don't know about that, but they do. Yes, that's right. The following also at the Met Gala, different people. This is not Sleep Token people showing up at the Met Gala. It's more communists, anarchists, and people just trying to cause a problem. And in this scenario, in this situation, this setting, if you will, Rhino, I don't. It doesn't bother me as bad.
No, not at all. This is much like, I was thinking about this last night. This is like the snake charmer who's like, yeah, look at all my cool rattlesnakes. Ow, it bit me. That's what I'm seeing every single day because now the snakes are coming back to bite the Democrats. You've empowered this. And they go to the Met Gala. This is the same gala, by the way, that they wouldn't invite Trump to. So let's be realistic do you think we care that these terrorists are going in front of the Met Gala and driving everybody crazy? They blocked the road yesterday. I don't know how people don't drive through these people anymore, Carlos, because if they were blocking the road, I would just take my feet, hang them out the window, and let that little car idle right through them.
Like, I'm of the firm belief that if it's the Met Gala, if it's on your campus, all right, that's going to happen. Let them do their thing. That's totally fine. These are your street animals. These are your people that were active in 2020. And as long as it was serving the purpose of destabilizing and getting rid of Donald Trump, it was fine. Man, let them roll into Chicago. And when it's the street versus the real communists, the party. And I don't think they're going to tolerate it very much.
No.
I think that's the first time we're going to see some head busting.
I can't wait to see what happens during the conventions.
It'll
it's only a few months away. I mean, we're talking about like 2.5 months.
Yeah, that's right, because it's July, right?
Yeah, and I think Mr. Dickey should send us up there and cover that. Right out front.
But I want to be nowhere near.
Is it free?
Yeah.
I want to be nowhere near the communists nor the Democrats.
No.
I don't want to be around them whatsoever. I'd rather
like to sit up top with the snipers.
Oh, yeah, I did that. Okay,
yeah.
all right, fair.
And do the show from
that,
up there.
Yes, if we can
That'd
do
be
that.
fun.
I'd be down with that. I'd rather hang out with the Sleep Token people that got here at 5:15 than I would Democrats. Anyway, when we come back, I never liked Jeff Duncan because he spells his name Geoff, which is weird. And I like him even less now. Next on Xtra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3.
Not exactly a hard-hitting political commentary, but, maybe it is. On the road in the Bortz bus last Friday, ran over something in the road. It looked like a spike. It's about 7 inches long and easily a half an inch in diameter right into a tire. I immediately had a warning in the cockpit, we'll call it, managed to get to a safe place, and here comes a tire technician to patch it up so that I could get to my destination, where, by the way, I'm buying a new tire. While he was working, I talked with him a bit. He's making some pretty good coin, over $60,000 a year, more than any college graduate with a gender studies degree or history or English or black studies will ever make. And he has no student loan debt. I remember a conversation I had with Bernie Marcus, one of the founders of Home Depot. How many, I asked him, rank and file employees working the stock, working the shelves, the aisles, the cash registers, retired as millionaires because they invested in Home Depot stock as an employee? The answer, about 3,500. None of them with student loan debt. You don't have to go to college to be a success in this country. In fact, in many ways, it can actually slow you down and be a detriment. That tire technician and the knowledgeable product experts at Home Depot are worth far more to our society and to themselves and their families than anybody with a gender studies degree. And Lord help us, how long is it going to be before people graduate with transgender studies on their diploma? God help them. Choose a trade, folks. Go after it. Live well. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
What is spacious, has a versatile cabin, offers an inclusive voice assistant, and luxurious accommodations for up to 7? Meet the 2024 Mercedes-Benz GLE 350 4MATIC SUV. The advanced GLE SUV leaps further ahead with turbo hybrid power, fresh styling, and even more innovative technology. Experience the 2024 GLE 350 4MATIC SUV. Lease one today for just $839 per month for 36 months with $63.53 due at signing, exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models, and visit today to see how to qualify. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta Sandy Springs through May 31st, 2024. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon Law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Extra 106.3 listeners are falling in love with Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell.
Me and my wife now find our favorite sandwich place. That food over there was great.
Yeah, those rolls are so soft and sweet. I mean, it was just melt in your mouth. It was, and the steak was tender and juicy and flavorful. I can't say enough about it. It was very, very impressive.
It was so good.
Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner. Nucky'sHoagies.com.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
A stormy day in court. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. When former President Trump's trial resumes, it's expected the adult film star at the heart of the hush money case will take the stand. Fox's Eric Shawn outside the court in New York.
The next witness in the Trump trial will be Stormy Daniels. She is expected to testify, of course, about getting paid off, according to her claim, by Michael Cohen to keep her alleged affair with the former president secret so that it would not affect the 2016 presidential election, and Mr. Trump's presidential candidacy would not be hurt if the allegations of that affair, that alleged one-night stand, was made public.
Now, the former president is charged with falsifying records, reimbursing his then lawyer, Cohen. The former president has over and over called the case a witch hunt, political persecution. Yet another clash on another campus. That's this morning at the University of Chicago as police face off with those pro-Palestinian protesters. There was a similar scene at MIT in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Protesters are ignoring President Biden's pleas last week to protest peacefully. The remarks where he backed a right to free speech but not to cause chaos. And that's what we continue to see at MIT, where authorities did successfully clear out an encampment on campus only to have it reoccupied hours later by protesters. We do not expect President Biden to heed their calls to stop backing Israel when he speaks at an event for Holocaust Remembrance Day.
Fox's Peter Ducey at the White House. That Biden speech will be in a few hours, the day after Hamas said it accepted a ceasefire proposal for Gaza, but Israel rejected it as its forces take over a border crossing in Rafah.
The IDF says they
they killed 20 Hamas militants and found 3 tunnels. This comes after the Israeli military called on tens of thousands of Palestinians to evacuate the city and head for humanitarian zones along the Mediterranean coast.
Fox's Madeline Rivera. At least one person's dead in Oklahoma after a tornado was ripped through, doing damage in small towns north of Tulsa. America's listening to Fox.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Progressive presents 10 things on a food truck owner's to-do list that are harder than getting a commercial auto insurance quote. Stocking the fridge, prepping the stations, finding employees that get along well, finding employees that actually do their job. Looking at you, Gary. Balancing the books, balancing the flavors, having a fresh menu and fresh produce and fresh meat, but never a fresh mouth. But the easiest thing on a small business owner's to-do list? Seeing if you can save on commercial auto insurance. Get a quote in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions.
Finally, there is conservative talk in Atlanta, Georgia.
Tug, Rhino, and Lowe's on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. And download the app so you can listen live and on demand. If you miss a second of the show, you can go back and listen to it at your leisure, whenever you'd like, whenever you have time. Isn't that nice?
That is so
nice. That is life at its very best right there. Just do it whenever you feel like it. Do it whenever you want. Do it when you have time. I love that. So if you are indeed, you're at work, you got time to listen right now, you got to get out of the car, you got to go head in, then you can go and listen to the 9 o'clock hour, a little later, the bonus hour, as we like to call it, Rhino.
Absolutely. If you leave at 5, you miss the first part of Kimmer, too. You just go back and grab that as well. That's what I love about it. And the fun part is you can speed Kimmer up, and it makes it even more fun.
That's right.
You can't understand.
You don't ever want to do that. Good Lord. I can barely keep up with him now. His pace is like nothing
I put it on 2 times.
No.
It was, I couldn't understand what he was saying.
Yeah. But it sounded like the Micro Machines Man.
He
back
did.
in the day. Back in the, I don't know if people
babbling Micro Machines Man.
Yeah. Okay.
Why didn't it work? I can't get my iPad to work.
That sounds like the Tasmanian Devil.
Yeah, basically.
From Bugs Bunny.
Screaming.
Okay.
Yeah, screaming about why he can't get his iPad to work. And
poor fella.
That poor guy, man. Technology left him behind.
It did a lot of us, though. You know what? I used to be really good with technology. And then about, 5, 6, 7 years ago, I'm just not anymore. And I realize it. Like, I try to set up a computer at home.
Yeah.
And it's the worst. I always
changes,
get it wrong.
But he's like, he's on like iPad 1 still.
Right. Do those even work?
Well, they just give it to him because they know, like, what's the point of giving him a good new one?
Yeah, right.
So he's like, I don't understand why the screen just turned on. No, the flounder, come here.
I don't know where the sound's coming from.
Yeah. Start freak out.
Y'all remember Adam Wainwright?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Brunswick,
Had quite
Georgia.
the long career.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did. He was originally drafted by the Braves, right?
Braves, yeah.
He's from Brunswick, Georgia. He has done something that I've been hearing about, but to this moment, I've yet to hear, actually. So I wanted to play it for all of us. He's releasing his first country record.
Nuh-uh.
Yep. It is called Hey Y'all. In a new interview, he said he's not really sad that his baseball career's over. He's excited about this new chapter in his life, which I love. I mean, you should always have something to look forward to. But I don't know. I know nothing about his ability. When I say I've never heard a second of the Hey Y'all record from Adam Wainwright, former MLB pitcher for the Cardinals, I'm not lying to you. So I wanted to play a clip. We can all judge it together.
When we say, hey, y'all, how you been? How's your daddy and your mama and them? Y'all wanna take a ride down to the lake? Pass a hit, no time to waste. I know it might sound weird, the way we talk if you ain't from here. We were born into this southern drawl.
Stop it. Where's the X that Simon Cowell has? Oh, please.
That's rough, y'all.
Yeah, it's just generic country music.
It's a strikeout.
Boy, howdy.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
But not bad for a guy who did 18 years of Major League service.
Yeah, look, I mean,
It doesn't need a generic country music.
It is. That's the thing. There's nothing unique about it.
He said your favorite line, though.
Which one?
That what you guys always say. How your parents and them and
how's your mom and them?
How's your mom and them?
Yeah.
So he threw that out there. That was horrible.
Yeah,
man.
it was not good. It was not good. I was hoping for better. I really was. When I tell you I've never heard that, I've never heard it.
Hold on. There's 80 people like that are playing in Nashville right now.
Not that bad.
Not that bad.
And
Come on.
I spent a lot of time in
show
Nashville.
up. You show up to any bar at noon.
Oh, okay.
I'll be honest.
Yes,
Yes.
there's plenty of
Okay,
people
fair
playing
point.
in Nashville
Okay.
at noon
Yes.
at a
Fair
bar
point.
doing that.
Yes.
Right, yes.
Look,
Listen.
maybe even in the evening.
I'll be honest. I think Lake Lanier Islands, that'd be great for him to like go out there and
Well, he would
perform.
draw a crowd because
Yeah,
people
draw a
would know him
crowd.
from his baseball
Yeah.
days. He'd probably have the hometown crowd going in.
I can't do that. I'm not as good as him. I wouldn't be able to sing. I can't sing worth a darn. But
What were you guys expecting? It's going to be like the songbird of like the country generation. We're all going to be like, oh my God, the next Kenny Rogers.
Yeah,
but I mean, there
probably
are
not that.
times, and I can't think anybody off the top of my head, but there are some athletes that went into music, and I was like, wow, I didn't see that coming. It was real good, and I can't think of anybody at this moment.
Bernie
but
Williams is a freak when it comes to music.
His is like
Williams was
jazz,
good.
right?
Yeah.
He's jazz
he
That's
is
right.
a legitimate
and plays
like,
many
jazz
instruments
artist.
and the whole nine. Yeah. So there's one out of how many people have played Major League Baseball over the years?
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there are a lot more of that. I know there's like there's at least one or two football players that I was like super shocked at how good of vocals they could lay down.
Jordan Davis? Remember he played at Georgia now?
Yeah.
Jordan Davis
is freaky.
He did a little thing.
That's what I was thinking of, one of them.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm crazy about that one, but I mean, it's
surprised
kinda
though.
I mean, look,
Hey,
at least he had made the effort.
Sometimes it's family. Tug McGraw's kid's not bad at it.
Yeah, he figured it out. He figured it out, no doubt about it. Tim McGraw.
Yeah, that worked out well.
He's done well, but that's the thing. Like, I don't know where he would stand
his wife is
politically
hot.
these days, but I mean, he's definitely a Democrat. Tim McGraw. He's one of the very few in Nashville.
Boo.
Yeah, but it makes me wonder where he falls these days. You know what I mean? In relation
have you
to,
heard from him at all talking about it?
No.
That tells you where he stands.
Yeah, probably so. He's never been super
vocal
over the
about
top
it now.
vocal about it. Most
Yeah, but
country
he's
artists
also
aren't.
still trying to be an actor in Hollywood, and the death sentence is speaking anything that's
Common
against
sense.
the normal discussion there.
There you go. All right. Hey, by the way, George Strait's got a new record coming out. His 31st called Cowboys and Dreamers. That is going to come out. So that we don't have an exact release date yet, but he's going to do a song on his record with Chris Stapleton. So I do look forward to hearing that. Man, anytime I can get some new George Strait, I'm in.
Okay.
Yeah, that you can never go wrong with the king of country music.
By the way, Joey just told me in my ear, Oscar De La Hoya was nominated for a Grammy.
True.
Thank you for confirming.
And
Was he
unimportant.
producing?
No, he was the singer.
I remember him doing that, but it made such a ripple that no one remembers it. Can you name the song? Can you tell me when it happened?
Knockout?
Yeah,
that was a guess.
Yeah, right. Probably a good guess. But yeah, so I don't think it made that. And the Grammys get it wrong more than they get it right, and that's it. When you talk about the Grammys, man, if you could screw up awards, the Grammys screw up the awards more than anybody else, in my view. That's the way I've always seen it. Morning Xtra and Extra 106.3. Jeff Duncan's an interesting cat, isn't he? I mean,
cat?
Yeah, he's an interesting.
There's another word for that.
Yeah.
That you could use.
I wouldn't use that
won't.
one. Yeah, probably for the best. But he's just, I don't get him. I don't know that I've ever understood him. And this is not a new revelation for me, but this new, maybe it's a new revelation for him. Rhino, I don't know where his head's at, to be honest.
No, he's an establishment Republican who is more concerned with, look how good I look on CNN, look how good I look on, I need this, I have nothing else, and his entire career was ruined, so where's he jump? Wherever the money goes. And he writes an entire op-ed for the AJC because, well, he's a Democrat. That's what he is. He is a spokesperson for the Democrat Party now. And he goes off and starts talking about, like, I'll tell you why I'm voting for Biden.
The AJC were eating this up, too.
Oh, they love it. They're like, hey, look,
It's a
another
Republican.
partisan hack writing, another opinionist with a horrible opinion.
But their presentation is, a Republican.
Oh, yeah. Oh, conservative. Once conservative, now the party's left him, and he realizes he wants more of this. So all you regular Americans suffer as he gets richer and richer at CNN, and he continues to have these op-eds and put himself in the limelight and tell you, hey, how about 4 more years of the highest interest rates of your life? How about 4 more years of not being able to afford food? Because I'm having a really good time with all the money I'm making, eating and driving my cool cars. And yeah, this guy's a piece of garbage.
Well, when you lose, this is what you do. Okay, like this is what happens. And the important part is this: do you still have a uniparty card? Because everybody's trying to make sure they hold on to their magic card. They're standing within this entire political world. Because as long as you got it, then you got it. It's like the NFL. It's so incestuous that it doesn't matter what team you worked on, what team you were with, somebody else hires you and you just stay in the cycle. We have the very same thing going on with Tulsi Gabbard. We don't say anything about it.
Oh no, I think we've said
thing.
No, I think we've said
same deal. Because Tulsi happens to be singing the stuff that you want to hear about. Jeff's just doing it for the other side, and why? Because it keeps them in the party. It keeps them part of the uniparty.
I assume you mean the broad stroke you, because we've been very critical of Tulsi Gabbard, dude. I've no love for
I'm just
Tulsi
saying,
Gabbard.
if we're gonna go after Jeff Duncan, we should be able to also point out the stuff that we have going on with our own.
Yeah, absolutely. I think 100%.
Because Jeff Duncan's doing the exact same thing that Gabbard's doing.
And I don't like Tulsi Gabbard. I wouldn't vote for Tulsi Gabbard.
And I wouldn't trust her at all.
Not even a little bit.
And by the way, they should probably have more trust for Jeff Duncan, but still, the smart ones are going to go, well, I don't know. He is a Republican.
Yeah.
But he's a uniparty Republican.
No, thank you.
Just the same way that Tulsi Gabbard's a uniparty Democrat.
That's exactly right. No, thank you to any of them. Bill Maher, we point out when he's right. Most of the time he's wrong. At least 50% of the time he's wrong. I'm glad when he gets it right, but it's so rare. And we point it out because it's a crazy person speaking with some sort of common sense, at least for a moment. John Fetterman's the same way. He's a lefty loony. He can't wait to vote for Biden. I don't want anything to do with John Fetterman, but I will point out when he says something that makes sense, I'm not opposed to doing that.
Absolutely, I'm not either. But this guy's an idiot, and he's running with lie after lie. Like, this is what Jeff Duncan says, by the way. He talks about, a lot of Trump supporters are saying, look at the chaos with all these anti-Israel protests. But let's not forget, during his time, there was chaos in the streets. Not by us, not by his supporters, you moron. Yeah, he goes on to say, Trump has shown us who he is. We should believe him. Yes, we should. We should believe him that gas was $1.77, Jeff Duncan, you idiot. We should believe him when he tells us that the Biden administration is going to get interest rates up to a point where we can't afford it. We should believe him when he says the Democrats are a bunch of communists, a bunch of socialists that are using whatever leverage they can, including useful idiots like you to sit and spew out the garbage and the lies that they continue to do. This guy is a piece of trash.
I've never been a fan. I don't expect to be a fan anytime soon, but it's funny though, because there are people that agree with Jeff Duncan on a lot of things, like let's say Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart said he's out on Joe Biden all of a sudden. So it's funny that an avowed leftist like Jon Stewart, who I have no use for whatsoever, I pay attention to him only when it's moments like this, when he said Joe Biden's too old to be president, we need to get him out of there. Jeff Duncan, are you not listening to the people that agree with you? Like, where does Jeff fall on this scale? He said he's voting for Biden. Jon Stewart, a leftist, said I'm out.
Yeah, Jeff Duncan is showing that he is just falling in the trap. Again, he's a useful idiot, Carlos. He even goes on to say that this lays out in stark terms the outlines of an imperial presidency that would reshape America and its role in this world.
Imperial.
If he didn't know how to sell it to that audience, that would make him an idiot.
Okay, good call. You're absolutely right.
I'm just saying you're spending all this time calling this guy these names. What I'm telling you is he's selling it to an audience.
Yeah.
And they're buying it.
Here's my other favorite. Unlike Trump. Unlike Trump, I've belonged to the GOP my entire life. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem right there. The GOP is a bunch of establishment idiots that steal from the people. You're more worried about how much money you'll make being on CNN, how much the Democrat donors will protect you. And so you can't be canceled because you're going to join their side to save your spot, to save your money, to continue to line your pockets.
See, I'm more happy that we have people like Jeff Duncan. Here's the reason why. Jeff took the mask off. All right? He's telling you who he is. for the longest time, these guys didn't want to do this. We have people that roll through this radio station that try and feed us lines of crap to pretend like, hey, look, I'm here for the conservative. I'm here to fight for them. I'm here for you, America. No, they're not. Okay? Jeff Duncan, all he did was he pulled off the mask a little bit too early and said, well, if I don't have a political career, let me show you how I'm going to go ahead and, again, guy's a CEO. He's fine. But I'm going to show you how I can still sell this stuff to these masses and be politically relevant. We have people that still have the sheep's clothing on. All right?
That's
that
true.
Play that game.
That's true. You're 100% right about that. I mean, I would more trust the Sleep Token fans down there in their masks than I would Jeff Duncan in his mask now that he's taking it off.
Because every single time when it comes down to a vote, and there's a reason why when we highlight, hey, here's 14 people in the House that'll vote according to something we're interested in, that'll vote according to the will of the people, where 70% of them want a particular style of legislation, and the rest of the House, including our own, go, no, sorry. Those are your wolves in sheep's clothing.
That's exactly
And they're the
right.
ones that continue to sell the same BS to you on a regular basis. And the thing we don't do, we don't end up getting them out of office early enough. We don't primary enough of these people.
And it's like Buddy Carter, man. I got nothing against Buddy personally. Politically, I disagree with him. I just disagree with him. And I look at his voting record. Los and I looked at it the other day. Looked at his voting record, and I disagree with on most of his votes. So when he comes on, I'm going to be respectful, but I'm going to respectfully disagree with him because I don't think he's voting correctly.
Listen, I got the same thing going with Dr. Rich McCormick that represents my area.
Me too.
Yeah.
Okay? And you know what? And this is what happened. He worked his way through the system, just as they always do, just as if any one of us wanted to. He got to the point where being that he was the GOP presumptive person, they're going to back him. Here's where the money's going. They get him elected, and then basically, when it really comes down to it, when it comes to spending measures, he's no different than anyone else there.
Nope. Yeah.
Go ahead.
They're running with the same side. I mean, I'm lucky I got Barry Loudermilk, who's done great jobs. And, I look at his voting record often, and not everything I agree with, not all the time. And I understand that there are going to be things that I disagree with because I might be considered like far alt-right. No, I just don't want the government. I love the Constitution. That's what I love more than anything else. But Buddy Carter's an interesting person because there are a lot of things that I agree that he wants to do. I understand what he's doing, how he's playing the game. I just don't like it. And I am going to call you out on it. I am going to call you out when every single Georgian tells you they don't want to pay for Ukraine anymore and you vote for it because you think, what? I mean, it still doesn't even make sense to me. And you know what? I'll give Buddy a lot of credit that he does take it. He does continue to come back.
For sure.
He has been challenged many times and he understands it because he does kind of want to learn about what the constituents are saying. It is important to him.
Well, it was a shock when we told him.
Well, I that's the funny part. It was. But after we talked and we text back and forth, he's like, you know what? It is good for me to hear that because maybe he does need a reset because when you get up to that swamp, I think you get swamped by those kind of people.
I think you're right, man.
Well, I'll give you an example. Like Conservative Review does a Liberty score in its entirety of by what our views are on the conservative movement. What is your score based on what you're voting for? And remember, these are the people that are the insanos of the world. So like the Lauren Boeberts, the Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Dan Bishops, they have 100%. Andy Biggs, 100%. Chip Roy, 100%. Thomas Massey, 95%. Then when you get to Buddy Carter, he votes with everybody who's mostly mainstream. Now, what is that when it comes to conservatives? 65%.
Yeah, exactly. That's about right for me. If you were to ask me before you told me that,
I would have said
give him a score 1 to 100. I would have said 65. Yeah. I would have been right in my wheelhouse.
Yeah, it'd
that's
be
a failing grade,
like a D plus. Like you're just barely 65, failing.
I think's failing.
Yeah,
at least,
of course
I guess
is.
it depends on the scale. But
yeah, who
at
knows
least
now?
When I was in school and
now
that my son in college, 65 is failing.
But, but consider the difference here. Like again, Mitch McConnell under the Liberty score from Conservative Review is a 44%.
That's about right.
So Buddy Carter represents, hey, you're giving me mostly of what I want.
Right.
But there's that other percentage where you go, well, what about the rest of it? And most of Washington is made up of, hey, conservatives, we'll give you about 65, 70%.
Whew. Yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow there. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3, 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors. The Southeast premier home exterior solution, quality and precision you can rely on for over 20 years. Visit southernexteriors.co. That's the website, not .com. It's southernexteriors.co. When we come back, the only issue the Dems can run on in November is one based in fear, not reality. Next on Extra 106.3, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
I'll see if I can make it a little bit more clear what's happening. Donald Trump paid $100,000 plus to Stormy Daniels to keep her yap shut about a discussion of the Big Bang Theory they supposedly had. Trump had his fixer, Michael Cohen, pay the money to Stormy Daniels. Then Trump paid Cohen back. Are you following this so far?
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Mental note, make a note with a pen and paper, put it into your phone, however you want to do it. It's fine with me. 877-9-SOUTHERN. 877-9-SOUTHERN or southernexteriors.co. It's Southern Exteriors, not .com, southernexteriors.co. Some good news for you. If you're in the market for exterior service on your home, Southern Exteriors has got you covered. Roofing, siding, gutters, windows, they do it all, and they don't make you wait around. When you get on the schedule, it will be rapid. It will be quick because they are big enough to service many of their customers, and you get a dedicated foreman on site with you. How cool is that? Anything that's happening on site that you have a question about, or you just want to say, hey, that looks great. The foreman's there, so you can interact with them. You can talk with them. So leaky roofs, they can fix it. Faded siding, they can fix it. They can change it out. They can paint it. Whatever you need to do. Drafty windows, clogged gutters, Southern Exteriors can transform your home into your castle. 877, here we go again. 877-9-SOUTHERN. 877-9-SOUTHERN. southernexteriors.co. It's southernexteriors.co.
It's officially May in the A, and the Atlanta Braves have an exciting month of 5 great matchups and 4 free giveaways. Like on May 15th, when the Cubs are in town, the first 15,000 fans will receive a Michael Harris II chain giveaway presented by Coca-Cola.
Swung on the fly ball, deep left center field. Acuna hits the bag at third. Here he comes, Michael Harris, taking no prisoners. Braves win it in the bottom of the 10th.
And the San Diego Padres come to Truist Park May 17th through the 20th. Fans can also look forward to Friday night fireworks presented by Georgia Lottery, live music before the game in the Battery Atlanta, and a special day celebrating Armed Forces Day on Saturday. To wrap up the weekend, bring the kiddos out to the second Kids Club Sunday of the season, featuring a kids-only press conference with a player on the Plaza stage, free face painting, swim goggles giveaway, and more. Visit Braves.com/promos for details on all of the fun this month and to secure your tickets. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
From now until Mother's Day, Solomon Brothers Jewelers is offering an exclusive deal. Receive a complimentary Big Green Egg Grill with any qualifying jewelry purchase. It's the perfect opportunity to fulfill Mom's wish list with the stunning pieces like a diamond tennis bracelet, diamond stud earrings, or a timeless eternity band, all crafted to last a lifetime. Plus, while you're treating Mom, why not treat yourself too? Take home a Big Green Egg Grill courtesy of Georgia Spa Company. But wait, this deal isn't just for Mom. Whether you're celebrating a birthday, welcoming a new addition to your family, or simply want to show someone special how much you love them, this offer is for you too. Our incredible showrooms guarantee that you'll find the perfect gift for your mom or loved one at just the right price. So visit us anytime now until Mother's Day at any of our 3 locations in Buckhead, Alpharetta, or Peachtree City, and find the perfect gift for any occasion with the extra gift for yourself of a free Big Green Egg Grill. Online at SolomonBrothers.com or on Instagram at Solomon Brothers.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
Tax season can be stressful, but it's also a wake-up call. It's time to think beyond April and plan for your future. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we're not just advisors, we're your partners in building a secure retirement. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we understand the challenges Georgians face. That's why we offer personalized strategies to maximize your retirement income, minimize taxes, and ensure you never outlive your assets. Join the Master Plan family and let us guide you through every financial milestone. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your appointment today. Master Plan Retirement Consultants, where your journey and destination are both important. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Grow your business organically with Atlanta's fastest growing news and talk station, Xtra 106.3. Get started today by emailing sales@xtra1063.com.
Doug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Xtra at Xtra 106.3. We're on the air until 10. Thank you for being here. You can always connect with us so easily on social media at Xtra 106.3, at Doug Howard, at Rhino Xtra 106.3, and at Front Office Los. And if you'd like to even get to Joe Tom Version, you can find him at Joe Tom Version. Pretty straightforward. We're easy to find.
So easy.
It is. We're easy to find on social media, and love to interact with you there. Otherwise, if you'd like to call, which I know people don't talk on the phone anymore. I know that's like, and I've even gotten to that a little bit. Like I'll see the phone ring and I'll just let it ring, and then as soon as it's done ringing, I'll just hit whoever's calling me with a text, be like, "Hey, what's up?" You know what I mean? Because I'm so
retrain you.
Yeah, out of sorts with talking on the phone, and it's like if my wife calls, I'm answering every time. My kid calls, I'm answering every time. But if Mama calls, I'm answering every time. But outside of that, I
don't answer for anyone.
Yeah, exactly. I think most people are like that.
I think I'm the same way with you. Obviously, if Erin calls or my son calls, I'm answering right away. There's certain people that I know. Obviously, my mom, I'm not going to get in trouble. But even my mom, I'm like, let her leave a message. I'll call her back.
Oh, don't do that to your mama.
Like,
your mom. I got to meet your mama. Your mama is a sweet, sweet woman. Don't do that to your
you've
mama.
never done anything wrong. You don't get the Jewish guilt like I do.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'll admit, no, I've never run into that before.
Yeah. It's tough. You don't even love your mother no more. You don't call her.
Well, see? No, but if you're sending her to voicemail, then she may have
she got a good point, really.
She kind of has a reason. Rhino's family are just as sweet as they could possibly be. I was lucky enough to get to meet them at his birthday party, the surprise party that was about a month ago now.
I mean, I'm not going to tattle on my dad or anything, but it's not like I turn off my hearing aids when she's talking.
Yeah, right. Sell the man out just right here.
Take it for what it's worth.
Just in front of God and everybody.
Yeah. That's basically me pushing someone else in front of a bear chasing us.
Here we go.
Here you go, Dad.
Oh, it's funny you bring up bear. But I ran across this on social media.
Come on, man. Like we planned this. I didn't know.
And it's funny that you bring up the bear thing because there is a thing that's blowing up on TikTok. Would you rather be in the woods with a man or a bear? You'd be surprised how many people picked the dadgum bear.
Would you rather be stuck in a forest with a man or a bear?
Man is scary. With a bear. What I've heard about bears, they don't always attack you, right? So maybe a bear.
Depends what man, but probably a bear.
Oh, 100% a bear, which is like terrifying to say, but
definitely a bear. Some men are very scary out there.
Goodness. Are men?
I would say a man.
Okay, at least
finally.
the woman at the end.
There's the one.
Sense.
Look, there's the one conservative. The rest are all supporting Palestine right now.
That's right.
Like, no, I'm so into terrorists. Like,
I would rather have a terrorist than a non-terrorist.
Yeah. Like, I'm so trans. Like, I like people who throw us off buildings. What are you idiots? These people think, see, this is a problem with Paddington. This is a problem with Pooh Bear. Like, we say, hey, look at these cuddly bears. And then these idiots go, yeah, I'd love to be, I'm going to hug a bear.
Depends on man.
Look at my selfie I took with this bear right before you just see blood splatter across their camera.
They are killing machines.
They are, absolutely.
No, they're cuddly.
Their bones are like steel and their claws rip everything apart. Now, if you're telling me, oh, it's a little tiny bear, I'm like, okay, fine. If it, like the stuff we have that every now and then shows up in Alpharetta where it just came too far south, all right, it's scared of me. We're good there. I'll take the bear. But a regular bear? No, sir.
Like, I just don't understand the question to begin with. How does this How does this become viral on TikTok?
Because white men are the worst things in the world. Remember what TikTok does. White men are scary. White men are the worst. White privilege. White this. White that. White man. And now men are stepping up and saying enough of this. This is ridiculous. Because if you said, would you be in the woods with a man and a bun who doesn't know how to change a tire or a bear? They'd be like, yeah, give me the weak man.
But then
give me the submissive man.
But then when you see women, Los, and we've talked about this, and we've even seen it where it blows up on social media, and it's all the liberal women who are saying, "Well, I'm just so attracted to masculine men, and I can't figure out why."
Well, they came back to it, sure.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like once they finally realize that the world is a real place and it's a dangerous place, and masculinity is a good trait, a good quality.
Mm-hmm.
It's been made fun of, it's been demeaned, masculinity, toxic masculinity, all that nonsense. The stuff you're describing.
Yeah, who are they going to call when the people they support, the Hamas and the Palestinians, start attacking? You know who they're going to stand behind? Those frat boys.
That's right.
Us.
Yeah.
Men.
Yeah.
Real men.
Actually,
you're not going to go to the guy who's like, hey, you see the new flannel I got? It's really cool. And I'm just going to go, I got to go to Van Michael's later and get my hair bun done. And I'm going to get my shave so I look like a man.
The worst.
You're not going to hide behind those guys. You're not going to hide behind the skinny jean dude.
Mm-mm.
You're going to hide behind Tug Coward, a real American hero.
Well, I mean, look, I'll do my best for you. There's no doubt about it. And I wouldn't be afraid to stand up, though. That's the thing, Los. I wouldn't be afraid. I'm not saying I'm the baddest dude in the world. I'm not even saying I'm in middle of the pack, but I'm willing to stand up. That's the difference.
It's a denial of basic nature. Like, for instance, if you want to tell me about climate change, I'll say, all right, take 100 years from an 8 billion-year-old planet, and I'll tell you that's a small sample size and not really that helpful. Now, if you're going to tell me, hey, there's two sexes, I would say, yeah, it's pretty general across nature. That's how it works. But beyond that, if you want to tell me why my blood gets pumping a little differently when I see a woman who's tall with curves, it's because
nature.
That's going to help proliferate the species.
Nature.
And when a woman sees a man who's fit, who's strong, who's masculine, it proliferates the species. We're hardwired for this stuff, people.
Yeah.
Like, denying it is somehow anti-nature. It's against the science.
I want to ask an actual woman this question. So Ellie's on the line, calling in from near you, Los, incoming at 404-741-1230. Ellie, what's on your mind?
So I've seen this on social media also, like you guys, and a lot of the comments that I see is more along the lines of assault as opposed to just men in general, and that's why they would prefer to choose the bear over the man.
But do you buy that, Ellie? Do you buy that argument?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm going to choose my dad over a bear, right?
yeah.
I'm going to choose my husband over a bear,
right?
Okay, but when you talk about like Lake and Riley, in that kind of situation, most women would rather prefer the bear.
Instead of somebody who is willing to kill them. Yes, I get
right, so that's
get that.
the full context.
So either you survive the assault, and you got to deal with it, or you can have the bear. You know what you know what I mean?
Yeah, when you give it that framing, okay, that kind of makes that does make a little more sense. But what
Ellie,
that means,
I appreciate the call, but can we talk about nature? Because here's where I would go back to.
Yeah, I saw that Leonardo DiCaprio movie. He didn't.
The nature of the bear is to eat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if you're going to say, well, the nature of this person with he's a criminal, okay, I'd be like, yeah, give me the bear. That sounds completely fine.
I got you. Yeah.
But we're talking about. I can stand next to any person on a regular basis. I don't know, pick 100 people
with regularity.
I can stand next to them with regularity. I can't stand next to a bear 100 times, any bear off the street, and not imagine it's not going to try and eat me.
Yeah, no, I get it. But from a woman's point of view, I think Ellie does kind of make sense because she's talking about how now she's afraid to go jogging at the University of Georgia like Lakeland Riley did. So your point is well taken, Los. No doubt about it.
So why not say criminal men?
Yeah, that
why
would be
not use
more
that? Because what you've set it up on is this is a war on man masculinity, and this is the rise of toxic feminism, according to Chase. And I agree with him. Why not phrase the question then? Criminal men, illegal aliens that come across. Do you trust them more than a bear? No, I don't either.
Bear.
Now I get it.
Yeah.
now I get it.
Yeah, now it makes sense.
Absolutely.
But
I'd rather be with a bear than an illegal immigrant that continues to molest children or hurt women. 100% now I get it.
I would just wonder if Tug, youth pastor, is more dangerous out in the woods than predator bear.
I would like to think not.
I mean, no.
I would
Maybe
like-
to bore
I mean,
you to sleep.
How hungry's Tug? I don't know.
That's right. I would probably, even if I were starving, I would probably try to feed the person that's with me before I even fed myself. That would be the Boy Scout nature coming out. But I think going back to the conversation we had earlier about young men and defending what we need them, to defend, like in many cases, freedom.
Yeah, and this is one of those things. And Chase, I don't know where Elle's mindset was throughout this, but again, that's the brainwashing that all men are bad because they didn't phrase it in a way. That's an assumption that most men are going to commit assault based on that kind of TikTok video. To me and to Chase, who also sees that the same way. I agree. That was set up like, okay, most men are bad. Most men will commit assault. Most men are animals compared to bear, which is not the case.
Yeah.
And she kind of fell into that. I get it, but I think Elle was more on like, hey, this is the way it should have been phrased.
And by the way, that's Chase responding on Twitter.
Yeah.
It's not Chase in your pocket.
Right, yes. Hang on. What now? I missed
Chase in
something.
your
404-741-1230.
You were referencing Chase out of nowhere. I was like, that's Chase from Twitter who was responding back.
Oh, I got you. Got it. Now things are starting to. The puzzle is becoming more clear. Thank you.
See, Tug, you were just as confused. I was just trying to help out everybody. Be like, not the Chase on that you have like your imaginary friend named Chase.
I love what Stephanie just said too. Stephanie, a listener, also on Twitter, saying, "I have zero chance against a bear. I have much more confidence in myself versus a man. These women are twits." Of course, she is she's a black belt. She'll kick your butt.
Yeah, she's actually dangerous.
Yeah.
Would you like to talk to girlfriend Erin by any chance?
Yeah. I definitely want to.
1230. Erin, welcome to the show. How are you, ma'am?
Well, hello, Tug. How are you today?
I couldn't be better. Better now that I'm talking to you.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, well, you're so sweet. So there have been 180 fatal bear attacks in the United States since 1784.
Okay.
180.
180.
There are about that many male attacks on women per day in this country.
So
I personally had to shoot a man in Atlanta once.
Well, look at there. But I know, and I see what you're saying because people make the same argument about sharks versus deer, right?
Right.
There's two shark attacks that are fatal, and deer is like 40,000 causing injury. But so I'm with you. I see what you're saying, but at the same time, do you feel like you're being attacked by a man every time you walk out of the house? Do you have that fear in your gut? Because you don't come off as someone who does to me, Erin.
I am not an afraid person, but I am also a person who carries everywhere I go because it saved my life once.
Yeah, sure. No, yeah.
Not all women are going to do that. I have a lot of female friends who are afraid of guns. I have several who have wanted me to teach them to use guns, but not every person is going to be comfortable enough. My mother, for instance, does not carry a gun because all she would do is arm a person who attacked her because she's not confident enough to pull it out and use it properly.
Well, well, right.
So
but just when you go to a ball game, Erin, when you go to Truist Park, is there a constant fear around you that some man's going to attack you? I mean, given
like
your
if
background.
it was full of bears and full of men, which one you going to be more afraid of in Turner Field?
That's obviously a very different situation. When you're in a large crowd of people, if someone attacked you, then more than likely people are going to stand up and defend you.
I don't know. Lately, that's changing.
If you're in the woods by yourself and a strange man walks up on the trail and you're a woman who does not have a means of defending herself, you are innately afraid.
So you're in line.
That man, it is just what it is.
You're more in line
I do
with
get that.
Ellie.
Thank you.
Erin, we appreciate you. Thank you so much.
I get that, okay? But again, yes, we are in a situation where we're around men. And don't get me wrong, man in general, and I'm talking about men and women, are bad people. Mankind is a bad, we're horrible, horrible humans. So I get that. But let's put reality in. The fact is that bears don't hang out with humans all day. Now, if we hung out with, I can guarantee you 100%, okay, if this entire city was full of bears instead of men, there'd be a lot more attacks on women from bears than men. It happens to be the situation. Yes, there are going to be less bear attacks. You know why? Because most women don't go into the woods and hang out with tons of bears. I mean, so, like, I get that.
Yeah, the numbers are a bit skewed.
Men are bad. I mean, there's no doubt. The criminals are bad. There are bad humans. There are bad women. I mean, in my personal, I'm going to be upfront and honest, okay? In my life, out of the women that I've been with, a majority of the women have hurt me. Physically hurt me. Now, I haven't fired back or I haven't hit back, but I've been hurt by more women. Now, do I think that I'd rather be in a cage with a woman or a bear? I'm with Stephanie. I will, like if I have to defend myself against those women, I will. I can't defend myself against a bear.
Morning Extra on Extra 1063. It's Tug, Rhino, and Los. Who knew that we were going to slip up into this topic? I mean, this is one that just came out of the blue.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you know what? We're going to get to headlines. We'll bump them to the next segment because Al is on the phone. Al, do you have a point of view on this?
Yeah, and I'll try to make it so that I don't get you guys in trouble. I think for Erin, the reason she would rather have a bear in the woods with her instead of a male is that she's seen Rhino running around the woods with no clothes on.
True.
And the bear
True.
doing the same.
Yeah, and I'm way cuddly and cuter. He's 100% right.
Okay.
He's 100% right.
Now we're off the rails.
I like a little bear cub running around.
Like it went from like a conversation that I thought maybe we could use and do, and then Al throws the wrench in altogether.
Yeah.
But it's a good conversation. 9 o'clock hour. So we're gonna get the headlines here. Joe says 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution. Make sure you reach out to them. Give them a call. 877-9-SOUTHERN or southernexteriors.co. Yes, it is .co. southernexteriors.co.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Tuesday, May 7th. 15-year-old Mia DeGuez went into cardiac arrest and died while attending classes at Dunwoody High School. Palmala DeGuez said her sister wanted to join the military and had a great sense of humor. The school's principal, Tom Bass, sent out a letter to parents and students offering grief counseling and explained that the school was on lockdown to limit movement within the building. An official cause of death has not been determined. A police officer with the Chamblee Police Department was arrested at his home yesterday on 2 counts of disturbing child sexual abuse material, according to officials with the GBI. 48-year-old Roy Collar has been an officer with the Chamblee Police Department for 10 years and was taken into custody by Paulding Sheriff's deputies and state agents after they executed a search warrant of his home as they throw him in the woods with bears. Collar has been relieved of his duties without pay. The investigation remains active. And in sports, the Braves back in action tonight when they welcome in the Boston Red Sox for a 2-game series at Truist Park. The Braves will send Reynaldo Lopez to the mound tonight. The Braves have lost 5 of their last 6 games and now sit in second place in the NL East. First pitch scheduled for 7:20 tonight. You can catch all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
Trump was treated like a rock star by the people, which is why he's so hated by the left. We'll wrap up the show with that next on Extra 1063, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Tug, Rhino, and Los. Until 10.
The legend Neil Bortz is live every week with Atlanta legend The Kimmer.
Why do we pay attention to these idiots?
It's a social media movement. They're swept up in this business. Now there are even divisions. There are LGBTQ for Hamas and lesbians for Hamas. I mean, oh my God, what are they thinking? They don't. They would not. You fly over there and see how they welcome you to the fold.
Yeah, they kill you. They'll throw you off the top of a building.
Bortz and The Kimmer are only on Extra 1063 and the Extra app.
Hey guys, it's Rhino for my friends over at True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. Let me tell you what's going on right now over there at True Prep. I just looked through everything they've got going on, and it's a spring clearance sale. Yeah, it's one of my favorite times of the year when they look around and they go, hey, we got too much of this. And I'm talking about things that you actually need. It's time to make sure that you have all the essentials in case of an emergency. And right now you could save some money. Whether you need a K-tool, you can get it for almost 25% off. Same thing with some of the freeze-dried food. Alpine Air is one of the best foods that you can get. It's freeze-dried, ready to go. They have black beans and rice. They got fettuccine Alfredo. They got a bunch of great stuff. Himalayan lentils and rice, if you like that as well. And they're all on sale right now. Plus magazines, even some really cool shotguns. So go check it out in Marietta on Cobb Parkway, or go visit them online. While you're online, though, I want you to go and check out some of the cool workshops. These are workshops that will actually save your life. These guys are locally owned and operated, so please go and support them. And while you're there, pick up some ammo, 25% off. They have a bunch of it there. That is part of their spring cleaning sale. So head to True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway, or go online. Like I said, find out some of those cool workshops, like putting together a bug out bag. TruePrep.com. TRU Prep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with True Prep.
So, Robert, I want to thank you for your time. I just don't think you're the right person for this position.
I don't understand. Was it something I said?
Well, we did a background check on you and found some things of concern.
If you're in charge of hiring for your company, you know how helpful a background screening can be. That's why companies that use Horizon background screening make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com. Horizonscreening.com.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPsETC.com.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Being in an accident really bites. You need people around you that are going to make the whole process easier to deal with. I just described David Van Sant at Van Sant Law. He used to work for the insurance companies. What an advantage. He knows who to call, what to say, and they're not going to pull the wool over his eyes. Give him a call. Van Sant Law, 855-GA-INJURY, vansantlaw.com, 855-GA-INJURY.
Stop dreaming. Start driving. Get the gift that keeps on giving with the RBM of Atlanta's Certified Pre-Owned Sales Event. Each of our certified pre-owned vehicles undergoes an exhaustive process of analysis, inspection, and reconditioning until it meets the uncompromising standards of RBM of Atlanta and Mercedes-Benz. For a limited time, get special financing from as low as 2.99% APR. In addition, you'll receive unlimited confidence with Mercedes-Benz's unlimited mileage warranty, delivering continued assurance for up to 7 years. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details and see how to qualify. We'd love to welcome you to the RBM of Atlanta family. We're proud to be Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964. Not all offers apply to all vehicles, and special financing available to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Services through May 31st, 2024. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call 770-390-0700 for details.
Your voice, your vote. And this year it matters more than ever. So for the unbiased election coverage that affects your family and your community, trust the voices that matter when it matters the most. Xtra 1063 and the Xtra app.
Got to make this thing too big to rig is what you got to do. Make sure you get out and vote. Make sure your family gets out and vote. Make sure your friends get out and vote. It is so important if you want any semblance of America to exist in the future. This election is imperative. Morning Extra at Extra 1063. Tug, Rhino, and Los. So Donald Trump got treated like a stinking rock star when he went to the Formula One event. I don't know if you've seen this, but he was out there. I mean, it was like he was at a USC event.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, when he's among the people, he's at his best, and that's when people respond to him like nothing else. That's just my man walking by. They start chants of USA, which I don't know about you. That makes my heart do a cartwheel anytime I hear people chanting USA, because I love this country. I believe in this country. I don't want to lose this country. Are there some pieces of it that seem almost unsalvageable? Absolutely. And it will take 50 or 60 years to decouple the crazy tentacles that communists and Marxists and socialists have created in academia and corporations, if we can get it done. But you got to start to be able to get it done. So when I hear people chanting USA, 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 that gives me hope. When I see those kids rallying around the flagpole at UNC to defend the flag, that gives me a glimmer of hope. I don't know how y'all feel about it.
Oh, absolutely. And I love it because I think a lot of people are coming around to see, whoa, hold on. What happened to the United States of America, I was told, is great. What happened to great leaders, to strong leaders that continue to protect the American citizens, and they haven't seen it, and they're not seeing it. And then what they do see is the support of terrorists, and they see the support of destroying this country, destroying the flag, and hanging other people's flags up, or our own Congress flying someone else's flag in the House. They are disgusted with it. All Americans are. And I'm so glad that people are standing up against these kind of Democrats like Jeff Duncan and the Biden administration.
Well, I'm beyond the whole idea of where's the energy for Joe? Because, Joe's not calling the shots here. It's just how it is. Where's the energy for this administration? What have they done that deserves 4 more years? And when you get them in public, and so much of these things are staged where it might be the most paltry, wimpy, 4 more years, 4 more years.
Yeah.
You just don't see the same fervor and energy. The fervor that they did have in 2020 was on burning down our cities and then voting and doing all the craziness. Now, even those people have turned on this administration.
Yeah. Like, if there's anything that's beneficial to America is that, and Los, you've pointed it out a bunch, let the communists fight amongst themselves. Let them destroy each other.
Yeah. What these Palestinians have done, like they right now, you're going to see it all over Fox News. You're going to see it everywhere. They went to and vandalized a memorial for World War I soldiers. And what they did was burn an American flag and then take a Palestinian flag up on to our soldiers. That's the disrespect these people have for it. I have no patience for it. And you know what I want? I want those frat boys that you all consider racist or whatever you want to throw out there because they care about this country. Yeah, there's one person in there that deserves anything they get. get for being disgusting and discriminatory. I don't care what his side was. It's disgusting what he did, but it doesn't take away from what the thousands upon thousands upon thousands of other students are sick of. And young men, go and defend the flag and defend these statues because we're behind you.
Well, they went to the well, and this time they can't go to it. No, wait, they went to the white guilt well. Mm-hmm. You can take care of your history of racism by putting Barack Obama into the presidency. Worked out twice. They went back in 2020. You can fix this whole entire issue that BLM is bringing up and these police officers and all this stuff by voting this way. And it worked. They ain't got that now.
Yeah.
In fact, all they have is brown people messing stuff up. And I'm sorry, that ain't going to work in this country that way.
Morning Xtra and Extra 106.3. We'll leave it there and get ready to turn this thing over to the Glenn Beck program. He's got Carol Roth on, former investment banker, talking about stagflation. He's got J.D. Vance on, talking about former Biden administration DOJ officials who is on the prosecution team in Trump's hush money case. Once politically consulted the DNC. So you see what is happening in that case. It is lopsided, it's flimsy, and it's political at best. For Rhino, for Los, for Board Op Joe, my name is Tug. Y'all come back now. You hear?
If you love news and talk, you have to connect with the biggest personalities in the South at thepodcastpark.com. It's more original Atlanta content from Atlanta's hometown talk crew. From legal news to sports and politics, and even archives of interviews.